welcome to Sunday night to the live stream. I hope you all are having a beautiful Sunday. Oh, goodness, bear with me a little bit. I'm crooked here. I thought I had it all set up just right, and it got moved around. There we go. All right, maybe that's a little bit better. My apologies, but happy Sunday to you if you're seeing this on the day that I'm uploading it. I think today is the 16th, yeah, of November. So welcome. Hey, Niana, welcome to you. Happy Sunday to you. How are you doing today? Hey, Brooklyn, welcome. Namaste to you as well, sister. Yeah, I am. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm hanging in there. I'm actually not doing too bad. Um, since we started the fasting journey thing, I can't say I've kept completely to the fast. I've been doing fits and starts. Like I said, I do like 2 days, then refeed, do 3 days, then refeed, do 4 days, then refeed, and like that. But I got on the scale yesterday and I'm 14 pounds down. So it's heading in the right direction. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Hey, so it is what it is. And I also did a part 11 from the Lost Book of Enki. It's uploading now, and I will go ahead and publish it after this live stream. So I'm back on that. It's going to be one more part after that. We'll finish up on part 12 and then get into the other stuff. So a lot of it's inflammation, Brooklyn, but however it go, like I say, I'll take it because listen, my guides have let me know I got to stop messing around with it and get more serious. But even before then, I was starting to have some physical symptoms that let me know I done played around with this way too long and I got to get right. So, yeah, and a lot of it was to do with inflammation, like serious inflammation popping up in my legs and stuff. So I'm glad to see it turning around. Bye, Duke of Edgington. If you got a problem with what I do here, scroll on, boo. You don't know nothing about me. And if you didn't look, I said we having Bible study tonight, but you gonna come in here and call me a witch before I ever said anything other than happy Sunday. That's kind of interesting, don't you think? You gonna just judge and now we understand how the ignorance we read about like the Salem witch trials and the holy wars, so-called holy wars and stuff back in quote unquote medieval times, and we think how in the world could people have been that ignorant and that stupid, but they still that ignorant and stupid here in 2025, right? That part. Hey Fenton, welcome. Hey Antoine, welcome in. You didn't have to time him out like that, Antoine. He can, it don't bother me because honestly, he's just showing his own ignorance. Let him to a degree. They're welcome to do that if they, long as they're not throwing curses and stuff. And I hope you're doing all right today, Antoine. Yep, happy Sunday to all of you, and Fenton, you too. Oh God. Happy Sunday, Blue Eyes. Yeah, I got $5, but I'm not giving it to you. How about that? So there's your answer, and that's all the interaction you're gonna get. If you can't contribute anything useful to the conversation, that's all you get from me. He said lots of food. Well, food for spiritual thought anyway. Today I put it in the title. We're doing a Bible discussion. We discuss spirituality and religion, not from a religious standpoint. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious. I am spiritual, but we do discuss the Bible and other spiritual texts here. So yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying how ignorant for somebody that hasn't heard me say anything other than, hey, happy Sunday. I hope y'all are doing well. And then jump in here in all caps and call me a witch. Just ignorant, you know? My opinion about Islam walks as, or whatever, is the same as my opinion about Christianity and Judaism. They all worshiping Satan, the devil. They're misguided. They've been hoodwinked and bamboozled and misled for 2,500 years. And we are coming upon the age of Aquarius where the lies are beginning to be uncovered. And a lot of folks are so stuck up in their dogmatic religiosity that they won't let go of it. But it don't matter, because eventually the powers that were, the powers that be, the spiritual powers, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes spiritually. It's going to be done away with, because there is no religion that can justify child marriage and unaliving women and mutilating women and slavery and all the nonsense that they do, all of them included. I'm not just slamming on Islam. Every single one of the Abrahamic religions endorses a lot of violent nonsense, because the God that they worship is a violent storm God. You a little bit religious? Okay. Hey, Sakozana Metetwa, welcome. Hey, Daniel Bueno. Well, bye, Daniel, because that's not false. That's the absolute truth. If you would get out of the Sunday school, juvenile, very elementary explanations for religions and start doing your homework, go look at what the theosophists and theologists have to say, and anthropologists and all them. Trace some of these religious entities back through history, through the various pantheons that they've been associated with, and you'll find out, if you trace them all the way back, they're not actual gods. They are extraterrestrials who came here and paraded around and portrayed themselves to be gods to us right after they put a worship gene in us to make us want to worship them. That part. So do your homework. Hey, Steph Choi, welcome. No, I didn't say there was no, I did not say that there's no devil at all, because the scriptures say that there is a devil, but who we think is the devil is the part. Yeshua told people in John that the Elohim that they were worshiping was not the same Elohim that sent him. He told the Jews directly to their face that they were worshiping the devil, that they were worshiping at the synagogue of Satan. Because here's the thing, Yahweh Jehovah, his initial name, if you trace all the way back, he done been a whole lot of names, because he's been on the planet since the beginning of humanity's time here. But when he first came here from Nibiru, his name was Enlil, and his title was Satan of the Eden. And it didn't mean what we think it means. It was a title like governor, administrator, manager of the Eden, which was the primary, that was the first garden that his brother Enki had established when they came here to start cultivating earth for the gold project and ultimately the Adamu project. Hey, Arsenal TV. I don't have no, I haven't read all of the Quran, and I don't have any intention to, because ultimately, Arsenal TV, Allah ties back to El. And if you follow all the way back through that lineage, ultimately El was absorbed by Yahweh, like Baal was absorbed by Yahweh. Beelzebub was absorbed by Yahweh. And in other pantheons, Enlil, Yahweh, was known as Set. He's been known as not Poseidon. Poseidon is Enki. He was known as Set. He's been known as Saturn. He's been known as Zeus. He's been known as Oannes, Dionysus, Odin. He's been known by a lot of things. Yaldabaoth is how the Gnostics knew him, but he's been known as a lot of different things. And one of his names, his original name was Enlil, and his titles were Lord of the Command and Satan of the Eden. You said, Steph Choi, you have a question? Go ahead. Yeah, no, cut studio. You on some foolishness. I'm not doing that. You stupid. Anyway. Hey, Sandy Ruiz. Well, Matthew H., if your fingers stink, you was up in your mama, not me. So there ain't no point in hollering about you miss me. You need to get some glasses and look at who you putting your fingers in. That part. Matthew H. Goodbye. Hey, Sandy Ruiz. I'm glad you know Serenity Chosen that the Anunnaki are very real. Fenton, the devil is Enlil Yahweh, the one that the Jews worship as Yahweh, the Christians worship as Jehovah, and the Muslims worship as Allah. That's the devil. Where can you learn about these alien gods? The Lost Book of Enki is an excellent place to start. Well, the Emerald Tablets tell you more Thoth story. The I like the Lost Book of Enki because that was before they start really getting super adulterated. The Babylonian, Akkadian, and Sumerian text, there's a lot of literary license that's taken. You can tell who was in power when certain things were written by the aggrandizing that's done. For example, in Enuma Elish, which is a Babylonian epic of creation, they flipped everything. They still acknowledge Enlil and Enki and all the rest of that, but that was more in Marduk's reign, and they let him tell it according to the story. Marduk was the one that slayed Tiamat, the dragon, and all the rest of that. But when you read in the Anunnaki tale, they Tiamat was a part of their lore and their stories because they knew that there was gold on Earth supposedly from the explosion of Tiamat. But by the time we get to the Babylonian epic, Tiamat is a dragon and she's supposed to be Marduk's mother, and Marduk slayed her because he's on this whole, I'm the big shot. Marduk and Enlil were the two biggest problem children among the Anunnaki. The rest of them had kind of agreed to play this game that Enlil said and live and let live, and each one of them had their little subjects that took care of them and they did their worship and all of that. But Enlil and Marduk were power mad. They wanted all of the world to worship them and only them. And that's when it really became a problem. I'm actually not a South African. I've worked with some South Africans, um, Thokozani, but no, yeah. What are my sources? Last breath. I just stated that. Well, here's the ironic part, Fenton. People go to church for Yeshua, especially Christians. That's the biggest. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up on these notes, and then let me write that down. I want to discuss that because it is a huge irony within Christianity that we need to talk about. But I want to write it down to make sure I don't lose track of my thoughts with these crazy notes and stuff. Irony of Christianity. That's a great place for us to talk about tonight. Hey, Angro Baloki. Well, yeah, if you drunk, that's on you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing well. How are you? If you think I'm Delulu, keep scrolling, but you'll find out one of these days. Yep, Saklos Osus was one of his names also. You're correct. It's not even so, well, you think about a lot of the traditions were oral for a long time, Burke, or again, it depending on who was writing them. Even we see that in the scriptures. Some of these passages, Yahweh is absolutely reaming the Israelites out about how horrible they were, how hateful they were, how much he couldn't stand them, how wicked they were for going back to worshiping Asherah and all the rest of that stuff because of who actually wrote the book. Jeremiah was one of Yahweh's scribes, not Enki's. Enki's scribe tell the story a little differently. Read the book of Job. Makes Satan look pretty nasty in the book of Job. For 30 chapters, he waxes on and the horrible things that he did. Yahweh didn't tell on himself like that. A different scribe or prophet that wrote those things down had different opinions of the various Elohim. But because we get these scriptures genericized and abbreviated and put into in this volume that tells us this one continuous story within religion, we get tricked into believing that. This book covers a span of over 100,000 years, even though Christianity want to tell us it only covers 6,000 years. And they're not put in, the books are not put in there in chronological order either. How do I know about all of this stuff, Choi? A lot of reading, a lot of watching podcasts and documentaries and other videos, and more reading and meditating and then some more reading. A lot. Could it be that the conversion of gold to currency is still the same idea? They're still mining gold, but more like currency now. Um, I mean, humans value gold now because they saw over how many hundreds of thousands of years that the Anunnaki valued gold, but the Anunnaki valued gold for a different reason. They only came here to get gold to save their planet. They pulverized it and literally shot it up in their atmosphere to plug their holes. And they had like holes in their ozone layer, and their scientists, they had tried some of everything for thousands and thousands of years to stop the bleeding, so to speak. And then their scientists figured out that if they could pulverize gold fine enough, it would stay suspended in orbit, and they could fix their atmospheric issues that way. They didn't use gold for currency. What do they need currency off of? They didn't need to come all the way to another planet just for currency. They did it because they was trying to save their home planet. And they wasn't digging the gold fast enough, and their workers mutinied and demanded that they create workers to work in the mines so that they could get it done sooner. But they got enough gold to save their planet. Everything else that happened after that was just because the original Anunnaki had stayed here so long that their bodies had degraded to a point that they could not go back to Nibiru. Their scientists told them that felt like as rapidly as their bodies appeared to be aging, or as badly as they appeared to be aging, that if they went back to Nibiru, it would probably hasten their death. So they just determined to stay here. Exactly, Serenity. If only they would sit down and do the research and see how they've been hoodwinked, but they won't. So it's up to people like us to study and see these things and connect the dots and talk about it. And eventually, there's a lot of folks that ain't gonna like it. It's a lot of people that's gonna get out there and talk trash. But there's plenty of folks that will like it and hear it too. With Gnosis and the Kabbalah, that is a route, Aaron. It's complicated and hard to understand. You could be studying Kabbalah for 10 years and still. And the thing is, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Kabbalah per se, but then again, most of the things that have been brought to the point of religiosity have gotten distorted over time. When I was brought down this particular part of the rabbit hole, when I became clairaudiently linked with Yeshua, he took me back to the Anunnaki text. So I was like, cool, bet. Why would I continue wading through the various pantheons? I'm getting a little long in the tooth to be spending decade after decade after decade having to track down and run through all the different religious systems on the planet. So he just took me back to the first one. And I like that. Hey, Miss Pretty Lady, welcome. Hey, Levison Matima, thank you so much. So I think the earth is coming from this Babylonian god Marduk slaying. No, I didn't say that. I said that's what the Babylonians said. I believe the story that was told here in the book of Enki, because they don't discount what the Bible says. It gives you additional context. It tells you what was going on their planet in the before time and how they came here, why they came here. It gives you a more detailed account of the creation of the Adamu and what started happening here on the earth when things started getting out of hand. Um, and Marduk was not a god, he was Enki's biological son. He raised himself to God's status, because that's the lie that Enlil insisted that they tell. We were never supposed to know that they're not God, since they decided to make us to help dig into mines. They inserted a worship gene in us, give us the propensity to want to worship, and then they paraded themselves around as gods. But Tiamat was not only the watery dragon, there was also a planet named after Tiamat. And they say, according to their legends, that when in the battle that destroyed Tiamat, not just the dragon, but the planet itself, that planet exploded, and all of the gold that is here on Earth, according to their legend, is shrapnel that was embedded into the earth from the explosion of Tiamat. They said that gold is not indigenous to our planet. It came here as a result of the explosion of the planet Tiamat. Hey, Charlie Anderson. I don't know what you thanking me for, Satan, but you can whatever. That's fine. I'm a little bit familiar with Kabbalistic principles, Aaron. I did not get deeply into the Kabbalah. Like I said, Yeshua took me somewhere else. So I was shown a lot of Gnostic principles in meditation long before I even got to start reading like some of the Gnostic texts and stuff. And I'm not saying I won't get into them eventually, but I have at least a good 3 or 4 years worth of backlog reading to do, and still trying to do what I do as far as the channels and stuff. So I'm not sure exactly when I'm gonna get to it or if I will. No, they didn't get affected by. They could get affected by each other, Burke, but they got more affected by the fact that the lies are being put out there by. When I say the Anunnaki, the ones that was with it, for example, once upon a time, before Yahweh got to be so jealous and so vengeful that he had to be the only one, he's the Alpha and the Omega and all the rest of that. Once upon a time, Yahweh was worshipped in the temple right alongside Baal and Asherah. All three of them was worshipped in the same temple. Nanar, which was one of Enlil's, Yahweh's sons, he was worshipped in the temple with Sin, the moon god, and at the time they became Nanar Sin. Ninhursag became Isis. Enki in the Egyptian pantheon became Ptah. He was known as Olokun. He's been known as Poseidon, Neptune. You know what I'm saying? They became, depending on where they were at in the world, the language involved, the beliefs of the people and all that, they have worn multiple names over time, but they're basically all the same base family gods. Now, more got added as some came and went, and people started deifying stuff, because when if we really in the mood to do that, like I said, you look at like the Hindu traditions and stuff like that, they came up with thousands of them, but there was over 1,000 Anunnaki on the earth at one time. That part. So you said reality? No, yes, I did read it. It's not. It wasn't just for slavery. They had a debate about that because, as Enki mentioned, slavery had been outlawed on their planet for a long time. Yahweh is the one that chose to bring slavery back in the mix. Enki saw us more. He saw what he was making more as a helper or a worker that was supposed to be treated with a measure of respect and treated fairly, most especially after they gave us their DNA and we became sentient and intelligent. Enki was not for treating humans like slaves, reality is, not according to their books. Everyone has had slavery in the past, but it was against the law on Nibiru, and they shouldn't have never brought it here. It's evil, Satan. That's the point. It's not something that should have ever been done. And the fact that the Abrahamic religions have largely perpetuated it lets you know that they are worshiping an evil God. The Enlilite religions do not promote slavery. They don't. But the Enkiite religions, the Enlilite religions do promote slavery. I'm sorry, the Enkiite philosophies do not. Hey, environment. Hey, Eddie B. How does it help us today? Well, if you actually look at these ancient texts, pretty much all of them towards the end of the book, let us know that some of this stuff is going to wind down. It does matter. Humans in their arrogance, in our ignorance, in our arrogance, have decided, well, if I've been lied to, none of it matters. Then some of them get so silly that they even say there is no such thing as a God anywhere. That we just happen here by evolution. We are way too complex. This planet is way too complex for anybody to sit up in ignorance and say it just happened by mistake. But it helps us because if you understood what you're reading, everything may in here may not be taken at face value based on what the church said. But if you understood that Christianity ultimately is a Luciferian organization under Luciferian law, they have to tell you the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. So there's a lot of good nuggets hidden in this book if you know what you actually reading, and stop putting the Sunday school spin on it and read the book for what it say. You say you're gonna get the book, cool. Hey, Paul Snowcloud, welcome, welcome. Burke, it wasn't our. At first, you said, "What if those ancient gods were just our imagination?" How do you think we got here? We didn't. Again, they told us in the book. They wrote it down how they made us. They admitted that there is a creator of all, who actually made this planet and bioformed and terraformed it. But the beings that were here were not sentient. They called it a hominid, not a true being. It was not intelligent. It was covered in fur and running around in the Absu on the African continent. It wasn't until they blended their DNA with that hominid's DNA that Homo sapiens sapiens came into existence. So it wasn't our imagination. They told us how they did it. Now the Bible turns around and dramatically truncates that story when they talk about, oh, God blew into the ground the breath of whatever, a man became a living clay out of the dust of the earth and all that stuff, and he took the rib out of the woman. Those are, like I said, very elementary explanation. It's literally like somebody explaining to a toddler where babies come from, as opposed to explaining to a college student how babies are made. When we read the Genesis story, we're getting the toddler version. They at least give us the high school version in here in this book. Send me location if you stuck around. I hope you stuck around. Welcome to you and happy Sunday. This is kind of what I do in this stream, so you're getting it. Hey, Cowboy Dan. Yeshua told you to depict Muhammad with your puppet and preach the evils of Islam till you expose the child. Okay. Well, my advice, first of all, understand, go back and study and figure out who Yeshua is, because Jesus and Yeshua, quiet as it's kept, is not the same beings. Number one, and number two, it ain't just the evils of Islam that abuse children. Christianity does, and Judaism does too. That's why I said ain't nobody gonna get me up in here just slamming on one like they don't know that the other ones do the same thing. And if you don't believe that the Jews do, go and look at Hollyweird. Okay? That part. And the good Christians, they do it too. Look at all the churches. Look at the Catholic Church. Look at it ain't just the Catholic Church, but I'm just saying that's where the most glaring examples of it are. But who do you think is out here trafficking all these children and doing all these things? Most of those people are in some kind of the Abrahamic religions. 3/4 of the planet are serving one of the Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. The scriptures say the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. Revelation says that Satan is gathering them from the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog. Their numbers are like the sand of the sea. So you ain't got to come down and because you think Jesus told you to depict Muhammad. Muhammad was hoodwinked and bamboozled too. So why you gonna slam on Muhammad? If you're gonna slam on Muhammad, talk about Abraham and Moses. Because the reason we all worshiping Yahweh Jehovah is because Abraham the liar and Moses the murderer thought it was cool to worship Yahweh. And their ancestors refused to buck the jack. And that's why we still doing it to this day, even though Yahweh flat out did the nation of Israel nasty all the way through the Bible. Talk shit about them all the way through the Bible. Said they was a stiff-necked people and he washed his hands of them. And yet we still panting after Yahweh Jehovah. So that's my advice. Understand the basis of what you're actually speaking against before you just decide to unilaterally go against one of them. Don't go after Muhammad. Like I said, go to the head of the snake. Muhammad is just the tail end. You said today you watched a live, the film version of Hidden Truths and Commands. Watch who's live? I didn't see that part, what you was talking about, Antoine. Or Rome's god-like planets, or the Rome gods like planets. So this is why Yeshua is the rising sun and the 12th. No. But anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, Osus, they probably will be. Actually, yeah, you're right. I mean, it ain't just Africans. It amazes me. Well, I kind of sort of get it to a degree. Black people tend to be very spiritual, but because of that worship gene thing, and also very fearful of getting it wrong. So whether it's on the African continent or here in the United States or in the Caribbean islands or in melanated peoples, period, if you think about it, look at Europeans and stuff. Now, their presidential elect leaders and whatever, they'll go to churches, they'll go to mass or whatever on certain important days, but it's not that important to them. It ain't an all day, every day up in the church, whatever, deep Bible study and all of that. Melanated peoples do have a tendency to be more spiritual, but because they don't had this lie given to them in the juvenile form, there's a lot of fear that's wrapped up in the Abrahamic religions. Even in they tell you in the book, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And they proud to tell you, I'm a God fearing person. I'm a God fearing person because they missed the entire point of Yeshua's message. Yeshua didn't tell you to fear God. He said, love him. He said, if you love me, obey me. If you love me, follow me. He said, my judgments are light and my Father judges not. There's no need to fear God. Exactly. Aaron, you trying to go off into a whole different topic. I'm not saying that we don't create to a degree because they created using thought and energy waves and all of that. And we are made in their image. So, yes, we do create. But you got to know who you creating, what you creating, how you going to create. And as long as you stay stuck in limited 3D blindedness and fear, that's the thing that keeps us from creating. That's one of the reasons they perpetuated the lie. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth tell us that. As long as you keep swallowing the religious Kool-Aid, so to speak, you'll stay stuck in that 3D loop of reincarnation. You have to expand past that. And that's what people we're having on. First things first. You can't get to worrying about all, and that's the one part that kind of sort of rubs me a little bit the wrong way with the new age movement, because a lot of folks want to step away from religion but they don't explain why. So Christians want to paint it all as evil because even a lot of new age folks have not really processed the importance of why and how to understand what was done religiously. It's fine to walk away from religion, but that don't mean you're supposed to walk away from spirituality. And they want to just completely dismiss all of that. Oh, it's just that's just mythology. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to pay any attention to that whatsoever. And then want to go to the light, and we the light, and we the bearers, and we the light bearers, and we're gonna create. But you got to understand how to get to that point. You get to be the light. Yeah, we are light workers to a degree, but to be a for real light bearer, to activate the light body, takes its intensive spiritual study, dedication, initiate multiple initiations, all of that. What do you think Yeshua was doing in the East for 18 years? He left Jerusalem at the age of 12, came back at the age of 30, and it wasn't until he went into the wilderness and did that 40-day fast that he became Christos during that time. But he had been preparing to become Christos for 18 years. Hey, Marcel Powell, welcome. Hey, Charlie Anderson, I didn't see your info, but okay. Hey, Glow 300. So far, you've noticed that the Anunnaki never pray. You can't find anywhere that they pray. Do they believe in God? Do they believe that there's a curator that created them? Absolutely, Glove 300. They do believe that there is a create. They refer to it, that being, as the creator of all, because the creator of all never divulged its name to them, but they are aware that there is a creator of all. They don't pray to it because they weren't, again, that level. They have a form. Most of the planetary systems that we read about have a form of spirituality, but this bow and scraping worship that we do, that was genetically installed in us. We're not supposed to be worshiping anything or anyone. They don't pray because they don't worship. Worship was given to humans to subjugate us. That is why I be here talking what I be talking. Because we trying to help wake people up so they can turn their worship gene off. Inky said we could. He felt bad about giving it to us. He gave it to us because Enlil demanded that it be installed in us. But because Inky was the geneticist that actually did it, when he gave it to us, he gave us the ability to turn it off. That was the whole kick about Eve in the Garden of Eden when she turned her worship gene off. Oh, that was a problem for Enlil. And he couldn't stand the fact that she was now sentient and had her thrown out of the garden for it. Well, you can say that, and truthfully, I say I distinguish between Yeshua and Jesus because Jesus means Hail Zeus, Aaron, which points right back to Yahweh. And Yeshua's name most likely was not Yeshua. It would have been Esau, most likely, or Yehoshua. But even still, you saying it's not a real person, but a human with Christ consciousness. Esau developed Christ consciousness. Like I said, it said that when he left Jerusalem, he went with the studied with the Copts for a while in Egypt. Then he went into the Himalayas and studied with the Himalayan monks. Then he went into India. It said he studied under Babaji. Then he came back into Africa, starting down in Ethiopia, and went through the tour of the pyramids. It was like seven centers of mystical studies, starting down in Ethiopia and moving all the way up through Africa, concluding with the Grand Pyramid in Giza, which is where Thoth said the halls of Amenti are. But if a being made it through all seven initiations, it said that they would attain the light body. That's what we see in the Egyptian artwork as the headband with the cobra sticking out of the head, but we see it in European artwork as the halo. They've actually attained the light body. By Glenn Ford Campbell, because no, anyway. God Almighty of Israel, he didn't even free Israel. Even in the Bible, he didn't free them. So why do y'all get silly enough to keep saying that? Yahweh lied to Abraham. He said, if you follow me, I'll make your name a mighty people. Well, he finally gave him a child in his old age. It took him 24 years to fulfill that promise. And by the time Abraham's people became the nation of Israel, about 400 or 500 years later, they were in captivity. They had been a nomadic people until they were enslaved in Egypt in captivity. Yahweh did not back the nation of Israel. He did not look out for them. He didn't make their name a mighty people. And then when he needed a people, because he had been exiled, he done got let out of exile. When he comes back to get these people out of Egypt, he lied to them again. Well, he got them out of Egypt. First thing he did was got mad at them and told them he was going to unalive all of them at the foot of Mount Sinai. And in order to not get him to do that, Joshua and the Levitical priest unalived 3,000 people overnight out of the nation of Israel to appease this bloodthirsty Yahweh. And even after doing that, he was still so petty and so angry and so vengeful at them that he led them people lost around the desert for 40 years on a trip that shouldn't have took no more than 11 weeks. And when he finally, after most of them that he made that promise to then died off, when he finally delivered them to the promised land, it was still overrun with Nephilim, giant, nasty, cannibalistic, violent giants were in the land that Yahweh had promised the nation of Israel. Some damn promise. And yet Christians still pant after Yahweh like he doing something. He wasn't shit to the nation of Israel. He doesn't keep his promises. Even the apostate Paul acknowledged in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 40, that he does not keep his promises. He mentioned that none of the faithful men and women of old that were mentioned in the scriptures, not one of them had ever had their promises fulfilled. And yet we still keep running behind them because the preachers and the pastors tell us we're supposed to. Y'all better wake up and recognize. Glenford Campbell, you gonna get removed from up out of here, for real. Hey, Black Dove, welcome. No, we're not talking about Batman, Yumi Caruso, Karasu, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure they were tired, but here's the thing: they did that to keep the rest of them from getting slain. Yumi, Yahweh told him he's after he done killed up all of the firstborn of Egypt. He did all of 10 plagues and all that rest of that stuff and got the nation of Israel out of Egypt. He said, if you agree to serve me, I will get you out of Egypt. I will deliver you to a promised land, a land flowing with milk and honey. They said, bet, we'll do this. Now they had been worshiping somebody else in Egypt. They were not worshiping Yahweh. But the first thing he did when he got them out of Egypt, he took Moses up into the mountain because Yahweh was the one that said we could never see their faces, even though he did show his face to Abraham that one time in Genesis chapter 18. But that's a whole nother story. But he took Moses up into the mountain to give him the Mosaic law and all the rest of that stuff. And he didn't give them any instructions as to what they were supposed to do. So now these people then left Egypt literally on the run with the Pharaoh's army behind them. They are scared for their lives. He leaves them gathered at the foot of Mount Sinai and goes up into the mountain and abandons them for 40 days without giving them any instruction. Their leader, Moses, is with them. They don't know if Moses then got ate by bears. They don't know if Moses is ever coming back. They don't have a clue what's going on because Yahweh and Moses done went up in the mountain and were gone for over a month. And they're just milling around out in the open in a very vulnerable position while they were literally on the run for their lives coming out of Egypt. And they said, oh my goodness, maybe we should go back and pray to the gods that to see if they'll help us or appease us. We were unfaithful. We agreed to serve this Yahweh cat, but I don't even know if he's coming back. So they asked Aaron to make them a golden calf. They were most likely worshiping either Moloch or Marduk because they both had the bull-like symbol, and this was happening during the zodiacal age of Taurus. So they were worshiping this golden calf, and Yahweh came down off the mountain finally after 40 days and saw this and got so angry, he said he was going to unalive the entire nation of Israel right there where they stood. And that's when Moses or Joshua said, wait, no, please don't. And then he went and talked to the Levitical priest. and they went through and massacred 3,000 head of their own in one night to keep Yahweh from unaliving them all. That would have stopped me from wanting to serve him right there. But again, like I said, even they was in, hey, they in for a penny, in for a pound at this point, because what was they going to do, go back into Egypt? And instead of providing for them, he didn't provide for them decently even then. He made them have to scrape manna off the ground to keep from starving. They was roaming through the desert. Can you imagine? Every night when they got up in the morning, they had to get this hoarfrost like stuff up out of the little bit of scraggly, grassy, desert, sandy grass, whatever that they could find. And that's what they had to eat. What kind of God does that? He got mad at them during that time period too and sent poisonous, he was a snake handler in case y'all don't remember, but he sent poisonous snakes in amongst them to bite them, and then put a copper serpent up on a pole so that they'd have to stare at the copper serpent to prove how dependent they were on him. And then still led them around by a pillar of smoke during the day and a pillar of fire at night, and just circled them around and around and around the desert for 40 years on a trip that should not have taken them no longer than 3 months. That's the nature of Yahweh. And yet Christians today still busting their butts to go and serve this evil, nasty, demonic being. The snake, in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with the snake, Aaron. We fear the snake because Yahweh told that lie. He flipped the script and called his brother a snake. But the truth of the matter is, the Satan of the Eden is not a snake. He's referred to by the Gnostics as a dragon. But he called his brother a snake because they was both snake handlers to a degree. But Enki's first mystery school on this planet was called the Brotherhood of the Serpent. So there wasn't a literal talking snake. I think we should be able to get past that point. He got mad and called his brother a snake because his brother went behind his back and told Eve the truth that they were not gods and she wasn't going to die if she got this knowledge. In fact, the tree of life in the garden was a tree that they had brought from Nibiru that actually helped expand their life. They made elixirs and stuff from it. That's the reason they was put out of the garden, so to make sure that they never got a chance to eat that fruit, because it really would. They had enough Anunnaki blood in them that if they had gotten an opportunity to eat of that fruit, they'd probably still be alive, to be honest. Yumi Karasu, yes, they done some messed up stuff because they weren't gods. This is the part nobody wants to hear. They're not really gods. They are extraterrestrial beings from a planet that has a really effed up system of morality. They sleep with each other's brothers and sisters. They fight each other. They literally, the Sumerian Empire was destroyed because of the way they was here fighting with each other. That ain't had nothing to do with humans. That was Marduk getting mad at Ninurta, I think it was. He didn't want him to get more territory to him or whatever, so he asked his daddy and went and got special permission to unleash one of the weapons of terror. And the nuclear fallout from that is what destroyed the Sumerian Empire, Eridu, Shurabak, and Anbat Tabera all in one fell swoop. Did Major Arcana? Yeah. Enki did plant the tree of knowledge. I'm telling you, they brought seeds from Nibiru for their use. And they described the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. They had a tree of healing, something else, some kind of, and they had one that they made an elixir of. I think they made a little joy juice because that was the one that they were celebrating and drinking. They made wine from it or something. And that was how Enlil, Yahweh, came to violate Sud, who was one of Ninma's scientists. He violated that woman. That's why he was exiled, because he was a rapist. And the only reason he got let out of exile is because the girl got pregnant and she agreed to forgive and marry him so she could become Ninlil, the wife of the number one on earth. But other than that, he would have died in exile. Yumi Karasu, Zeus is Enlil Yahweh Jehovah. That's what people don't understand. In different pantheons, they wore different names, but Zeus is Yahweh. And yes, he ate one of his own children in the Greek stories. But is that any different than sacrificing one of his children in a blood sacrifice? That's the lie we're told in the Christian mythology, because that's what it amounts to. It's not, yeah, because Yahweh, Yeshua, isn't genuinely his son. It was his brother's son. But in lying, in order to put himself out there in front of the world as the only God, then he tells this tale, or they tell this tale that Yeshua is his son, but he allowed the martyrdom, the execution of his own son, which ain't a whole lot different than eating his own child. Again, you talking about forgiving 741. I'm sorry, I had a painful hangnail. You talking about to test their faith, but listen to yourself. Christians accept that lie. Oh, it's to test our faith. It's to test our faith. Why would a monster need to test your faith? Why do your faith need constant testing like that? Yeshua, Yahweh told Abraham, I'll give you a son in your old age if you agree to serve me. He said, fine. He served that monster faithfully the rest of his life, and it took Yahweh 24 years before he kept his promise to that man. And then after he kept his promise to that man, the child grew up, and Yahweh said, prove your faithfulness to me. Take him up on the mountain, cut his throat to prove that he's faithful. Sacrifice him to me. That is barbaric. It is evil. If the man done been faithfully walking with him for 2.5 decades, why do he need to sacrifice his son, the one son that you took a quarter of a century to finally give him? And as soon as he get up some size, you tell him he got to sacrifice the son to you to test his faith. The very idea of continuously testing somebody's faith is wickedness. Forgiven 741. It's wicked. But the church done got people so in fear and so dumbed down that we'll sit there and go, yeah, that's a good thing. We read the account of Job. Yeah, that was good that Job was tested that way. Was it really? That was not necessary. It starts out in the beginning of the book of Job stating that Job was blameless among folks. Blameless. He even went so far as to do intercessory prayers and sacrifices for his 10 adult children just in case they might have said curse God in their hearts. Not even saying that out their mouth, but just in case. He was blameless. And just to prove a point, Yahweh, Satan, because Yahweh was the Satan of the Eden. We read that story, the church read us that story like it's somebody separate. This Satan, the devil person comes in. No, Satan of the Eden was Yahweh. But to prove his point that this man would not continue to serve Enki, he unalived 10 of that man's adult children, over 10,000 head of livestock, all of that man's servants except the 5 that came back to tell the story, and it all went down damn near simultaneously, and then turned around and broke him out with oozing sores, to so much to the point that even his wife turned on him and said, just curse God and die already. And then his so-called friends stood around for 2 whole weeks browbeating this man about how he must have did something to deserve God doing all of that to him. What kind of bullshit is that? That don't make no sense. And we accept that because the preachers tell us that from the pulpit that it's a good thing. Stop it. I'm not paying Tushar no attention, so he whatever. They are all guilty because they really ain't no better. They're not any better than humans. They're not. Their morality was worse than ours. Enki, Ninmah, and Enlil, or Yahweh Jehovah is Enlil, but Enki and Enlil was brothers, and Ninmah was their sister. All three of them were of the same father but had different mothers. There was three different mothers, all had the same father, so they were half siblings. And Ninmah had two daughters for Enki and a son for Enlil. Now, if that don't tell you something about what they morale, and it wasn't even a big thing for them. Yeah, their daddy was mad when they found, because she was supposed to marry Enki, but she was in love with Enlil, and she messed around and had a baby for Enlil first. And when Anu found out about it, he got so angry that he forbade her to ever marry anyone. So she still had two babies for her other brother, but it wasn't even that big of a deal that it went down. And like I say, he violated his ultimate wife. Now, he was exiled for that because he ain't had no business doing that. But look how far he was able to take it before it was a problem. Their morality ain't shit. But we worship them as gods. I just said the snakes was not evil, Aaron. Like I said, the Order of the Serpent, the Brotherhood of the Serpent was the first mystery school on this planet. But like I said, we've been in the lie, in the hoodwinking, in the bamboozling. We're told that the serpent is something evil and ugly and all that. That's why we fear it and it's cursed and all of that. He didn't sacrifice his only begotten son to save us. He sacrificed his brother's son to keep the truth of what he was doing from coming out onto the world forgiven. Yeshua said several times out of his mouth while he was here on earth that the Elohim that sent him was not the same Elohim that the Jews was worshiping. The Jews worship Yahweh. Yahweh is not the Elohim that sent him. But because the Jews decided to suddenly, and again, I say suddenly because the Jews didn't always believe that there was only one God. They're not monotheistic, or they weren't. They were monotheistic. They chose to decide to only acknowledge one God, but they had worshipped Asherah. They had worshipped Baal. Like I said, when Abraham first started, before he started worshiping Yahweh, he had been his father had been in service to the temple of Nanar Sin. So they knew damn well it was more than there was other Elohim on the planet. Christians today are the only ones that want to holler about there's only one true God. No, that's because y'all believe, you drink the Kool-Aid and believe Yahweh's lie. But he didn't sacrifice his only begotten son to save us. Forgiven. This is the irony, and I want to get eventually to the irony of Christianity, but forgiven 721, that's a part of it. We are so grateful to the people who murdered our Yeshua because they told us the lie that his death was necessary to buy back our Adamic sin. What kind of sense do that even make? If Yahweh is supposed to be the Alpha and the Omega and know everything, then why in the world would he turn around and, first off, if he know everything, he should have known Adam and Eve was gonna mess up right out the gate. And then when they did mess up right out the gate, instead of dealing with that, scrapping the project and starting over, he let that rock out for thousands of years and then decided that his son had to come in and give up his life in order to buy back the Alpha and the so-called Alpha and Omega's mistake. Come on now. That doesn't make sense. We sit back in our blindedness because the church tells us that that's what had to happen. But that was Rome's way of rinsing his blood off of their hands. The Jews hated him so much for telling them that they were worshiping the devil and they was worshiping the wrong Elohim. They hated Yeshua for telling the truth, and they lied on him, and lied on him so bad till they brought up to the Roman rulers, saying that he was questioning Roman authority. He was saying that he was the Son of God and that he was the King of the Jews. And he didn't say no such thing. He told them he was the Son of Man. They said he was the King of the Jews and the Son of God. And that's the lie they went with and told the Romans. And Pontius Pilate, which I guess was he was Emperor Tiberius was who was on, but he was Pilate would have been like a governor or whatever, but uh, Emperor Tiberius was on the throne in Rome at that time. Pilate said he couldn't find any fault with Yeshua. He tried to release him, and the Jews had a shit fit and demanded his execution anyway, even though Pilate had interrogated him and didn't find any fault in him. But the Jews insisted that the Romans execute him, so they did. And then 300 years later, when they were creating that unified religion, they wanted to make something that everybody could kind of sort of get down with. So the emperor on the throne at that time was Constantine, and he was not a Christian. He was a sun worshiper, S-U-N, up in the sky. That's where the cross comes from. It's a symbol of sun worship. But he convened the first Council of Nicaea. That was a meeting that took almost 2 years for them to determine. They were writing the bylaws of this new unified religion and determining which stories and dogma was going to go into it and which early doctrine was going to go into it. And they literally wrote Christianity into being 300 years after Yeshua was unalived off this earth. But the Yeshua story was still around because there were still people that believed in Yeshua. They had them congregations. That's what Paul wrote around, talked about the congregation at Galatians and Ephesians and the congregation at Thyatira and Philippi and all of that stuff. There were still pockets of people that believed in Yeshua. So they took the Yeshua story and remixed it and lied and called Yeshua the son of Yahweh, when Yeshua himself said he wasn't the son of Yahweh, that a different Elohim was his father. But 300 years later, who's going to remember that detail? So they got that in there, and they used the martyrdom of Yeshua as a vehicle or a bridge to take Yahweh worship from this isolated pocket in the east with the Jews and push Yahwism out into the world in the name of Christianity by putting this Christ title. And like someone earlier in the live stream mentioned, Christos is a title. It's a title of an enlightened one. It's not a name, but they put Christianity in there and put the Yeshua story smack dab in the middle of this book for him to serve as a bridge to spread as they spread this unified religion out into the world. Hey, Natalie Rose, welcome. Hey, Jazzy Lee. And if you're still here, Jazzy Lee, please put your question in. I'm just scrolling down trying to get to it. Yeah. I'm not making up nothing as I go, Yumi Karasu. Go somewhere and read a book. You're making yourself sound silly now. I didn't make up any of this. I'm not making up nothing as I go. I've been reading quite a lot of information, and I'm not the only one that's saying it. Go listen to Paul Wallace. Go listen to Mauro Bellino. Go listen to Billy Carson. That's just to name a few. Hey, Major Arcana, he said, do I think that they found an underground city to continue living in or just celestial bodies, other dimension type stuff? Major Arcana, they actually said that there were, in the Lost Book, there is an area on the earth that they designated just for them that humans were not allowed to go to. Conspiracists talk about behind the ice wall or whatever, whether that's true or not, whether it's the ice wall or somewhere else. There is an area on earth that is inaccessible to humans that was set aside for the Anunnaki. As human cities began to grow and grow and grow, they did say that they had their own area. Hey, Tabitha Lofton. The tree of knowledge and the tree of life do not come from the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah came from that. You don't understand. This book talks about stuff going back 445,000 years. The Kabbalah don't go back that far, baby. It don't. Sorry. The Kabbalah was like the mystery schools, like of the was it the I can't remember. I think it was the Gnostics. It goes back long comparatively to us, but not all the way back to the Anunnaki. No. Zeus was Yahweh in that pantheon. In Jazzy Lee, Zeus was Yahweh. Poseidon was Enki, and it's not false. But okay, the name, even the word Jesus means "Hail Zeus." Go ask somebody. Plenty of Bible authors, theologians, theosophists, or whatever tell you there was no such. There wasn't even no letter J in the Hebrew language. J didn't come around till the Greeks got a hold of it, but the word Jesus means hail Zeus. Yeshua's name or Yehoshua's name was not Jesus. It was most likely Esau ben Nazariah or Esau ben Yosef. You believe what you want to, Jazzy Lee, but I know better. And do some research and you'll find out. That's all I can tell you. He didn't die on no cross, Jazzy Lee, but okay. Bye. I feel bad for who's deceived you. I feel very bad because you're sitting here like Yeshua said that once they unalived him, that one would come along that would deceive humanity and lead them lost. And along came the apostate Paul and this Christian gig, and they have been deceiving humanity for 2,000 years. So just like you feel bad for who deceived me, I feel bad for you still being asleep in the matrix and allowing yourself to be deceived, because I know how to read. And Yeshua told the Jews that they were worshiping the devil, that they were worshiping at the synagogue of Satan. I don't have to imagine that. I don't have to think it. It's in the word that they put right here in this book. But Christians somehow forget that Yahweh and Jehovah is the same thing. So if Yeshua said that the Elohim that the Jews were worshiping is the devil, I believe him because I believe Yeshua. So the fact that you don't believe that, that's a you problem, Jazzy Lee. No, baby. What I'm talking about is not in the Old Testament. The death of Yeshua is not in the Old Testament. It was the bridge that brought us into the New Testament. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John discuss it. Matthew, Mark, and Luke, obvious, most likely were not eyewitness accounts. Whoever wrote Matthew, Mark, and Luke was most likely not Matthew, Mark, and Luke, because there's some stuff in there that's too verbatim to have been real eyewitness accounts. But John was a cousin of Yeshua. The Gospel of John discusses Yeshua's life, ministry, and how he came to be unalive. He don't talk about nothing about no eating of my flesh and drinking of my blood, and he doesn't describe him dying on no cross either. The idea of the cross comes from the sun worshiper Emperor Constantine. It's not physically possible to hang a human being on a cross the way they describe without the flesh just ripping clean through. The nails would have ripped clean through. He'd have fallen off of them. During that time period, the way that they impaled prisoners. And that's the other thing. Christianity give us this real cute Sunday school story about 3 crosses on the hill. He was hung alongside a thief and a murderer. They wouldn't have put them up on no cross. So y'all need to stop fooling yourself with that. They impaling somebody that way was the most ignoble way that somebody could be executed. Deuteronomy, the book of Deuteronomy tells us that anyone hung from a tree is cursed. Paul even doubled down and said that it was how good it was that Yeshua was willing to bear that curse for us. He wasn't willing to bear that curse for us. The Jews booed up the Romans and insisted that they unalive that man because they wanted him gone. And then they gussied up that story and told us it was necessary for him to die, like I said, so they could remix the story and rinse his blood off their hands. Y'all need to stop. Aaron, now that you got right, Jazzy Lee has been drinking the Kool-Aid, and Christianity is one of the best mind control systems out there for sure. There wasn't never no need for no blood sacrifice. The idea of blood sacrifice is pagan and demonic and satanic, Jazzy Lee. Carnism is one of the primary tenets of Satanism, if you didn't know. That's why I said the Matthew, Mark, and Luke tell that story about the institution of the Last Supper, that new covenant. They tell that story almost verbatim. But those accounts were written 60, 80, and 110 years after Yeshua was supposedly, not 60, 30, like 30, 50, and 80 years after Yeshua was supposed to have been unalived off the earth. They were written in different time periods by different people, and yet that account is verbatim in those three accounts. That let you know that those were not truly eyewitness accounts. And they inserted that notion of this ritual: drink this wine, it means my blood; eat this bread, it means my flesh; keep doing this in remembrance of me. That's a satanic ritual they got y'all doing. It's a binding spell. It's a curse on the line of Yeshua HaMashiach, and everybody who participates in it is cursed too. That's the part you don't understand. Because again, Deuteronomy said anyone hung from a tree is cursed. If you don't get him down from that tree before sunset, your land is cursed too. And those was Yahweh's rules. Don't pray for me. Please don't pray for me, especially if you're going to pray to Yahweh. I beg of you, Jazzy Lee, do not pray to that devil for me. I have resolved myself of that relationship. I was baptized twice. I was so, again, you know so much. I'm 57 years old. I've been reading the Bible since I was literally 3. I was so devout that I've been baptized twice in 2 different sects of Christianity. So it ain't that I don't know what I'm talking about or I wasn't devout. But once I learned the truth, I had to step away from it. So I beg of you, please do not pray for me to no daggone Yahweh. All right? All right. Hey, Derry, Binyami, welcome. I'm not going to talk to Jazzy Lee no more because they just stuck on ignorant stuff. Yes, Yahweh and Satan is the same, and I didn't say that. Yeshua said it. Okay, I will say that. I will talk to you enough to say that because Yeshua said it. Go read John chapter 8. He told the Jews that they were worshiping the devil, that he's a liar and a father of the lie. He don't have no truth in him. And again, if you read the Anunnaki text, they'll tell you that Satan of the Eden was Enlil, whose later name was Yahweh, whose later name, even after that, was Jehovah. Beelzebub is one of Yahweh's names. Lucifer is not. That's a mistranslation of a mistranslation. You can go look that up just about wherever you like, Jazzy Lee. Lucifer means light bearer because here's the thing: that Lucifer, son of the morning star, that script that appears one time in the scriptures. And again, it's a mistranslation of a mistranslation. The king was not speaking to the devil, but that reference to the morning star is a reference to being from Venus. And you know who else shows up as the morning star in the scriptures? Yeshua. Look up Revelation 22:16. He said his new name He's of the line of David, and he said he'll appear as by a new name, the morning star. So know your Bible, bro. And Natalie Rose, this is the part that gets me. They're willing to accept that Yahweh is a God, but they can't accept that his brother Enki is also a God. And they turn around and bow and scrape and pray and genuflect to the wicked God, but the one where. And here's the thing: if you start reading the ancient text, it says in the scriptures that Noah walked with the true God. Enoch walked with the true God. Job was blameless and walked with the true God. And if you look in the Anunnaki text, the true God is Enki, not Enlil. Enlil is known as a liar. He's been deceitful and warmongering and a storm god and a liar in every pantheon he's shown up in since he got off the spaceship. Enki was only known as a trickster, so pretty much in the Nordic, and I still don't know why they put um, display him as a trickster god, but that could be even going back to the Yahweh story where supposedly he deceived Eve or whatever, but he didn't deceive Eve. He helped her and wake her he helped enlighten Eve. But because Yahweh is a liar, he's given humanity a flipped or a black mirror, basically, to where we call what is good bad and what is bad good. We turn around and worship the evil brother and ignore our actual progenitor who loves us. We worship the one who hates us and deny the existence of the one who loves us. That is just craziness. There ain't no original sin of Adam and Eve. You ain't listening to nothing I said, but okay, whatever. Bye. I don't need that. I will answer, and so will you. This is the thing that get me, all these sanctimonious Christians like they know so damn much. And they so haughty they can't conceive of the fact that maybe if I'm this adamant at my big age, and I'm telling you, I've been reading the Bible my whole life and was extremely serious about my relationship with God and the Bible and Yeshua and all the rest of that. And if I'm sitting here willing to listen to y'all sit here and talk about me and to me the way you do, and put up with this foolishness for free 99 because ain't nobody paying me to do this, then maybe, just maybe, I know what I'm talking about. But nope, they ain't even read not the first book, listened to the first lecture, none of the rest of that, based on what they heard their preacher on the corner somewhere say from the pulpit or in Sunday school. They turn around and consign somebody to the pits of hell, or they hope somebody pray and change their beliefs quickly and all the rest of that. Well, thankfully for me, I know there's no such thing as a burning hell, so it doesn't even matter, that part. Jazzy Lee is so lost. So I really just I'm getting ready to just remove him. If I get to the end of this line and they still spewing foolishness, I'm interested in seeing what they're saying. But if they still stuck on stupid and spewing the foolishness, I might unleash you, Natalie, and let you go on and get rid of them. I don't know, or do it myself, whichever. Hey, Mornay Ashley Fritz. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. Saturn is one of Yahweh's identities, Aaron. You're right. He's Set in the Egyptian pantheon, and he's Saturn in one of the others, and it ain't nothing nice even then either. Hey, Starboy. What I'm trying to figure out, Jazzy Lee, if you so busy not acknowledging nothing we say, why don't you just leave? Because ain't nobody paying no attention to you at all. I done told you don't pray for me. I'm begging you don't pray for me. I insist that you don't pray for me. Hey, it's Goody. Welcome. I don't want to read Young because Young has some issues. They forced us to read Young in college and stuff, but nah, I'm good. But Blavatsky, I've read some of her work, but I don't know. And Lulu Blocks, if you don't like it, go on about your business. That's all you got to do. Just like you scrolled up in here, 2 seconds and you could be gone. I have a relationship with Lulu Blocks. That's another thing that Christians get on my darn nerves about. They so hardy. How you gonna tell somebody who and what they got a relationship with? I have a very close relationship with Yeshua. Jesus, that Hail Zeus dude, no, not so much. I signed off from that one. But Yeshua, I have an extremely close relationship with. Mhm. Hey, Tammy Warnock. I don't. You don't even know what we talking about. You talking about imagine using the losing the plot that you believe in a debunked religion. I don't believe in the religion. You in here spewing what you have no clue about, Lelu Blocks. But you gonna call me the Lulu and you ain't even bothered to find out what we talking about. Gavriel 33, you got the Christic number in your name, but you got Gavriel in there. I can talk about Yeshua all I want to. Thank you very much. And I'm not disrespecting the Lord. He asked me to speak. This is the problem with sanctimonious Christians today. Again, he preached for 3 years trying to tell the Jews the error of their ways. He was pressure on the priest before they ever got it. They ran him up out of town at the age of 12 because he was correcting them with their nonsense even then. And he preached for 3 solid years and kept saying over and over, "You don't know me. You don't know the Father who sent me. You worship your father, the devil. Yahweh ain't his father." And he kept trying to tell the Jews that, and they were so stubborn and stiff necked, they refused to hear him. And Christians today is just as damn stubborn. They still refuse to hear Yeshua's true message 2,000 years later. They got the nerve to tell me I need to repent and believe the gospel. The gospel is not the gospel of Yeshua, that's the gospel of Paul, who appointed himself an apostle 100 years after the fact. And the things that he's saying in there defy what Yeshua was actually teaching. In fact, there's some of the scriptures where he literally says, Jesus said this, but I say this. Jesus said this, but I say this. Who the hell was Paul to turn around and tell the congregations to do something that went opposite of what Yeshua said? So you should repent, Gavriel, and stop believing the gospel and go back and find out what Yeshua was actually teaching and believe Yeshua. Because Christianity is not Christ-like at all. And you will never reach Christos following Christianity. I can say that with full authority. You will never, ever, ever ascend to Christos following Christianity. Christianity is a sign for the fish age. Christianity basically popped off during the Piscean, as the astrological or zoological, a mm, 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 zodiacal. Okay, it's not zoological, but yeah, Aaron. Christianity. Yeshua was basically a mascot of the Piscean age. Moses would have been the keeper of the Taurian age. The zodiac goes forward by the month, but if you're going back through time counting the astrological ages, an astrological zodiacal age is 2,680 years, and it goes backwards through the zodiac instead of forward. So like I said, Moses was around during the Taurian age, excuse me, and Yeshua was around during the Piscean age, and he said for us to go to the gate and the water barrel would show us the way, and that's right here at the gateway of the Aquarian age. And Enki is the quintessential Aquarius. Anyway, Elohim does not and never has meant God. It ain't got nothing to do with Yahweh. Starboy, Elohim means powerful ones. El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones. And El Elyon means the destroyer. Now, Yahweh did tell Abraham that he was El Elyon, but you don't understand. And again, I'm not making that up. I got that from Bible scholars, theologians with more than 30 years of experience studying biblical texts that agree on that. I'm not making that up, Starboy. Jesus is not God, and he never said he was God, Commander Vaughn. I read most of the scriptures that you are in here quoting. I done read all of them on this chapter over and over again, and it doesn't say nothing about Jesus being God. Non-yes man. I know I've got something between my eyebrows. It's called a bendy. Matthew is not an eyewitness account of Yeshua, Commander Vaughn. Absolutely not. They wasn't writing from no different point of view, because guess what? If they was writing from a different point of view, how can they write three different accounts, like I said, 30, 50, and 80 years after the fact, and they all wrote the same account verbatim? That doesn't seem a little odd to you? You can't tell five people in a room the same sentence in real time and get the exact same thing out of each and every one. And you gonna tell me 100 years later? First off, if they really walk with Yeshua, why would they wait that long to write about it? 30 years after the fact, when the first one of those books was written, that was Matthew. Mark wasn't written until 50 or 60 years after the fact. And Luke most likely was written somewhere between 80 and 100 years, or 70 and 80 years after the fact. But yet all three of those accounts tell the Last Supper story verbatim. But oddly enough, the one that has the eyewitness account, the one person who actually walked with Yeshua, John, his account mentions the Last Supper, but it don't mention nothing about no eating of my flesh and drinking of my blood, creating a new covenant. It says they had the Passover meal, because he was a Jew, and Yahweh said you must keep his holy days unto him holy, and the Jews were to keep Passover forever. So he had the Passover meal, and then John says in his account, after the Passover meal, he did the demonstration of washing their feet, and then after that, the devil entered into Judas, and Judas left to go betray him. Don't mention nothing about eating no flesh and drinking no blood and keep doing this in remembrance of me. That's the church inserting that after the fact to get Christians hooked on that blood ritual. I'm not a religion, Commander Vaughn. I've been released from religion, that part. You talking about I'm an apostate? No, Paul was an apostate. I'm actually teaching what Yeshua was teaching, not what the church teaches. I'm teaching what Yeshua was teaching. So Paul was the apostate. Christianity is apostate. If you call yourself a follower of Yeshua, Christianity ain't your bag, boo. That's what you don't understand. I didn't say that Matthew wasn't a follower of Yeshua. I said, Starboy, that Matthew, the real Matthew, whoever he was that walked with Yeshua, was most likely not the person who actually wrote the Gospel of Matthew. Luke did not likely write the Gospel of Luke. Mark did not likely write the Gospel of Mark. Those books were written 30, 50 and 80 years after the fact. It ain't no metaphor. He didn't. No, 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 Commander Vaughn. I know what metaphor is. I know what illustrations are. I know what parables are. Yeshua used plenty of them. He was not speaking in metaphor. He was speaking directly to them when he told them that they worshiped their father, the devil, and they was worshiping at the synagogue of Satan. Well, just the same way as when he said that the Pharisees and Sadducees' prayers go no higher than the ceiling. That was not metaphor. That was literal. When he went in and braided a whip and sat down and ran the money changers up at the temple. That wasn't metaphor, that was literal. He said, you turn Father's house into a den of thieves. Hi, Tayana. Welcome. I'm getting ready to start going back through the Lost Book of Enki next week. And after I finish that, we're gonna get into Zechariah Sitchin's 12th planet. The Emerald tablets we went through on this channel, it was really good. The 12th planet series is a long series, so I'm not even sure we're going to cover the whole series, because I do want to get into Paul Wallace's Eden series. Paul Wallace was an archbishop in the Anglican Church in Australia for 33 years, until he, like I said, learned better, and then kind of left it and started going into the paleo contact aspect of the scriptures. But yeah. Ultimate Warrior, are you a completely brain dead clown or a troll? No, I'm not no damn Jay-Z. First of all, I know good and you need to go somewhere and get your eyes examined, because I know good and full well I don't look nothing like Jay-Z. You's out your mind. If you really that's so far off the mark, I can't even begin to be offended by it. That's just stupidity. Akasha's journey. Sophia is part of the Gnostic teachings. Sophia was one of the aeons, according to the Gnostic teachings, which would have been like one of the early creations of the unbegotten. The unbegotten divided itself unto itself and then began creations. And the first thing that it created out of itself were the four aeons. And then the aeons began to create. And some of Sophia's creations went well, and then we get Saklas out of one of her creations. And out of Saklas comes Yaldabaoth, which the Gnostics believe was Yahweh. This ain't rage bait. This is truth. And you rage and get out of here. If you don't like what's being said, Gabrielle 33 and Commander Vaughn, just leave. That's all you got to do, because I'm not going to stop. Again, I take my orders from Yeshua, and I'm not blasphemous. Christianity is the blasphemy. And Yeshua said that too. Aaron, yeah, I do. And again, I don't believe Yeshua actually said it, because all three of those accounts say something about that with the Passover. He said, look to the man with the water jug, he'll show the way. I believe that that was a hint pointing to the age of Aquarius, for being the time when a lot of the Bible prophecies would be coming full circle, or coming to fruition, so to speak. Because here's the thing, the Anunnaki live hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. So even though we think it's a long time ago, the flood story happened less than two of their planetary years ago. Ashar on Nibiru, that's their year is called Ashar. Ashar on Nibiru is 3,600 Earth years. So the things that happen, these are ancient texts for us, but it's still playing out. The Anunnaki wars have been playing out for hundreds of thousands of years on this planet. And when they said they kind of sort of know when some of this stuff is going to wind down, in this book, They said that before the conclusion of two more shards after the flood, that there would be another calamity coming. Now, the flood, they didn't cause it, but they couldn't stop it. And apparently, it's something, it may even have something to do with Nibiru's rotation when it comes in ever so many circuits or orbits. It comes close enough to Earth that it displaces our something with our magnetic fields or whatnot. So anyway, hold on. Yeah. So anyhow, but they knew that another cataclysm is coming. And again, I keep telling y'all, they want to say it's blasphemous, but I'm trying to tell you, under Luciferian law, which if you really did understood what you was looking at, Christianity in its original formation is a Luciferian religion, okay? It just is. Like I said, Satan of the Eden is Yahweh. But under Luciferian law, they have to tell you the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. So when they start putting some of this stuff in here that Yeshua may or may not have said, like I said, that story of the Last Supper as it is told in Matthew, Mark, and Luke is almost verbatim in those accounts. But the thing that's common in those is that they all three of them do point to the age of Aquarius for a time when Yeshua would be in the upper room preparing for, the Last Supper, so to speak. That's the whole idea where the not the Russellites, it was the in 1844. I can't remember. The Russellites were what the Jehovah's Witnesses became. The Millerites. The Millerites in 1844 thought that that was when Yeshua entered the upper room or when he would be coming back physically. And when that didn't happen, they called it the Great Disappointment. And they kind of fell off a little bit. And then around 1870 or so, out of the Millerites came the Seventh Day Adventists. And then in 1879 came the Jehovah's Witnesses. And then we get, on and on with whatever. But the point being, that was one of the things that let me know that something was really popping off. When I started looking at religious history over this past 150 or so years, now, yeah, Joseph Smith really had some shit going on with him with the whole idea of the Mormon thing and these men going to inherit a whole planet full of virgins and black folks supposed to be slaves and all that. I ain't saying that his spirituality was nailed down the way it was supposed to, and yet millions of people followed that nonsense. But okay, something was happening. And that's the crazy part. I'm trying to teach people something that could actually lead to liberation. I'm not trying to create a whole religious movement. I'm trying to help liberate people from religion. But people are willing to buy into stuff like Joseph Smith by the millions. They'll buy into the nonsense that Jehovah's Witnesses talk by the millions. But they don't understand when you look back at history. I'm not saying they got the truth, but I am saying something serious was happening energetically on this planet. Yeshua said he would not leave us as orphans. He would send Holy Spirit as a helper for us in that day. And it had been very quiet religiously on the planet for 500-600 years or so. And then along comes Joseph Smith with Mormonism in the 1830s. And then, like I said, in 1844, we got the Great Disappointment. Then it was like 40 or 50, 60, like little tiny religions started popping out in the United States right between 1875 and 1925. Now, most of them went by the wayside, but we did wind up with the Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Scientology, Unity Church, Science of Mind, and it was something else. But anyway, well, I understand that Satan, I don't know whether he's a cherub or, again, we want to decide all the delineations of angels, but the word angel simply means messenger. They are Anunnaki beings as well. Anunnaki is a blanket term from anybody that can't, star beings, star peoples. They could look like some of anything because they come from different planetary systems. And they've aligned under two basic factions on this planet, Enlil and Enki, because Enlil was given dominion of Earth. Enki is his brother who bucked against the evil crap, but he's been trying to save humanity because he was the progenitor who helped make us. And Hellel is Lucifer. Okay, I get that part. And it is short for dragon. Okay. Thoughts about the Vatican, Sukmi? No. Basically, the Vatican is the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire did not truly fall. By creating that centralized religion, the Roman Empire became the Vatican, and then they went out on these holy wars to install Christianity around the world. That's why I say people think that they worship Christianity for love of Jesus. No, they don't. They worship Christianity because the Roman Empire went out with their spears and weapons and troops, and they, over a period of 100 years, excuse me, they unalived 80 million people around the planet to install Christianity on this planet. That's why Christianity is one of the major religions on the planet. I know my Bible and I know the context. You stop being ignorant, Commander Vaughn, because I promise you, you more ignorant than I am. You a puppet of Satan, Gabrielle. You know what? Let me just do this because I'm about tired of you. There we go. Yep, we can get you to YouTube, Commander Vaughn. How about that? Since you ain't got sense enough to leave, I would just leave if somebody talking about something I don't want to talk about. But I'm not gonna sit here and argue with y'all. You just country stuff, no offense, but you are spewing very elementary Sunday school rhetoric right now. We way deeper than that here, baby. Way deeper. Yeshua did not die on no cross. Stop it. No, he can't. Aaron, he can't read. No, he can't read Hebrew. That, and here's the part. They get on my last nerve with that. They need to see the original text. How do I know where I'm getting my information from? How do they know it's valid? Ain't none of them never seen the original text on this. And if they did, they wouldn't know what they was looking at. It's very few people that can read Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, especially in their ancient forms. And even if they did, you would still need a special dispensation from the Vatican to get your hands on the original text. They need to stop the bullshit. Hey, Essayist Phyllis. You said don't cast your pearls among swine. Unfortunately, Essayist, I don't have a choice to. That's why I went ahead and quieted them, because I'm not here to argue with the people that don't want to hear what I got to say. I'm here to help wake up people that have questions and do want to learn some of this stuff, because I'm not telling nobody to just take me at face value like the preachers do, because they holding a Bible in their hand and they can make a cute rhyme scheme. Then they want people to believe that they the be all and end all and know everything. I've never told anybody that. Every time I get up here and start talking about these things, I tell people, go do your homework. Because I promise you, if you go do your homework, you'll come back and apologize about all the crazy stuff they call me. But they won't do that. They will sit here and spew and spew and spew and will never read the first book to find out that what I'm talking about isn't crazy or wrong. Oh, I don't doubt one little bit, Aaron, that you said Furnitus Saturday, they pray to Yahweh. Of course they do, because here's the thing, Satanists know that Yahweh and Jehovah is Enlil and it is Satan and it's all the same thing. They know that. It's another side of the same coin. It's Christians that don't want to admit that and know. But if you say that that order of Satan, the Satanistic lodge, that they pray to Yahweh, I don't doubt it, because he is an Elohim. He's a powerful one. He's the worst one of them. Him and Marduk was the absolute worst of all the Elohim. Two doves, if there isn't such a thing as hell, where do we go when we pass away? In the book of Baruch? Oh, Baruch. It says when you die, you go to the hell like the rich man or another place. I haven't ever read the book of Baruch, but in the scriptures where they talk about the lake of fire, if you read the scripture and actually read it for what it says, it doesn't say that humans go there. It says that the devil goes there, and those who misled humans would be destroyed. Now, to get outside of the scriptures, if you flex your mind a little bit, if you get to the Emerald Tablets, start reading in the second of the, well, you need to read all of the Emerald Tablets, but in the second tablet, it talks about Thoth meeting the dweller, the Lord of the Dark Death. He keeps the flames of humanity, but basically, because of the things that the Watchers and Yahweh and all of them have done, the black magic and the misinformation and our mental enslavement here, we basically keep recycling in this 3D loop here. We escape it. You don't escape it through blood sacrifice and buying back the blood on the cross. That's not how you escape this 3D loop. You have to ascend in consciousness to escape this loop. And he talks about it in detail in this book. Oh, you're welcome to those. Again, like I say, sometimes some of the trolls get on my nerves, but I had said I'm gonna make up my mind. I'm not gonna let them pluck me to that point again. When I start really getting irritated with them, I'll just quiet them, because they keep spewing all of that stuff to keep me from getting to a real conversation. They want to keep me engaged in arguing instead of teaching, and that's not really what I want to do. Hey, Attila Dogan, welcome. Billy Bob Bo, you don't even know what you're talking about, bruh. Divination is an abomination to God. And why did the Levitical priests have the Ummim and the Thummim on their breastplate, which were two divinatory tools? Billy Bob. Divination was an abomination to Saul. He outlawed divination, and he was a hypocrite too, because he outlawed divination, but when he wanted to talk to Samuel after Samuel had passed on, he went and sent for the witch of Endor, and she was like, y'all ain't finna get me in trouble, because Saul done said we can't do what we do. He insisted that the witch of Endor summoned Saul after Saul done passed away, and Saul was like, what you waking me up for? So you need to know what you talking about, Billy Bob. We're told that because everything that could actually help us, Christianity don't want you to do no parts of. I just saw somebody on one Christian channel the other day talking about yoga is demonic. Imagine that, opening your chakras so that you can allow the energy to flow, so that you can open your crown chakra and release and receive information from the divine for yourself instead of having to go through a priest or a pastor. They've decided that that's demonic too. Yeah, divination is not an abomination to God. So is lying and fornication and adultery. Oh, that part, Billy Bob. And they do say that in the book, that adultery, fornication, lying, feet that are in a hurry to run to badness, all of those things are listed as abominations to God too. That part. I'm not sure what Philstina people are, so I'm not. I don't. I can't speak on that. Attila, you're gonna have to enlighten me a little bit more. Let me see if I can find, because I haven't read on it. You say you're grateful that Christians that truly follow Yeshua. It ain't that many of them. The Essenes do, but it definitely ain't that many of them left on the planet. That's why there's so much war here. Hold on. I'm glad you don't think I know what I'm talking about, Billy Bob, because I done had plenty of folks that have come on here over time that do understand I know what I'm talking about. But that's okay. If you don't understand, if your spirituality is not developed enough to understand and accept what we're discussing here, if it's too much for you, just leave. If you ain't ready for it, it's fine. You might get ready for it one day or not. That's up to you. You said, wait a minute. You said Paul. I didn't say Paul wrote the Gospels. Paul wrote about 60% of the New Testament, though. I didn't say Paul wrote the Gospels. I said Matthew, Mark, and Luke did not write Matthew, Mark, and Luke. That's what I said. Oh, here we go. Oh, I guess I'm assuming you're talking about the Palestine people. What you call it? I don't have an opinion of them any more so than I do of the Jews or anybody else. Like I said, when I speak, and I'm not even personally speaking out against the Jews as far as individual people, I'm talking about the religion as a whole. Because when you read in the scriptures, I'm so sorry to tell them, but they following behind their ancestor who chose very poorly. And the people who are the progenitors or the ancestors of the Jewish faith are primarily Abraham and Moses. And Abraham was a liar and Moses was a murderer. So I don't think an awful lot of a religion that continues to pant after a very jealous, misogynistic, violent God who is not deal faithfully with his people, who brings scourges and plagues to other people, who doesn't keep his promises to anyone, and then turns around and brags about it all in the scriptures, and then turns around and lies to people to tell them that they're the wrong for not accepting that. I don't think that that's a mark of a very intelligent people, and I don't think we should be doing that. Period. So that's what I think. That's the only thing I think about any of them. But individual people, I understand that the Jews are just as hoodwinked and bamboozled as the Christians and the Muslims are. So I see them kind of all the same. And again, Muffle Moose, that's not true either. Go back and read what applies to the Jews applies to Christians, because Paul said that Christians are spiritual Israelites. They're the Israel of God. And there is a provision in under Mosaic law for a freed slave who chose to stay with their master. They could pierce their ear with an awl, and I think there was a brand or a tattoo or something that they would be given as well, or they had marks or what have you. So, and again, ain't nobody in this live stream, as far as I know, trying to be a real Christian. No way. I'm not a Christian. I'm a follower of Yeshua. There's a huge difference. That part. The Libran of astrological age, check it out. That would be the age of Libra. We gonna be look. It's gonna be so long before we get to the age of Libra, because, like I said, the ages go backwards. Moses was around in the age of Taurus. Yeshua was around in the age of Pisces, and we were in the age of Pisces. We're finishing up the age of Pisces and are right at the doorway to the age of Aquarius right now. So we literally got to go through what, nine, or wait a minute, I'm not even going to try to count, but at least seven, 6 or 7 astrological ages, which is like 21,000 years before we would get to the Libran age. So I don't even concern myself with the Libran age. Billy Bob, come on, is there more than one way to get to heaven? You ain't gonna get there either. That's what people don't know. They done sold you that lie of heaven. Yeshua told you heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven lies within. He told you that. And Christians still want to believe that it's some pearly streets of gold and the harps and all of them lies that Yahweh done told people. But again, go read Hebrews 11:40. He does sell a lot of people a lot of lies in order to avoid ever having to fulfill his promises to them. He promised the nation of Israel the promised land a bunch of times. He said first he said he was going to make their name a mighty people. Then he promised them the promised land. Marched them around in the desert for 40 years before he brought it to them. And when he delivered them to the promised land, it already was fully occupied with cannibalistic giants, violent cannibalistic giants on it. Yahweh don't keep his promises to nobody. So the fact that you choose to sit back and allow yourself to be dumbed down enough to believe the heaven story, oh, you're supposed to suffer here, you get to pay out later on the other side. That's you and your choosing to be ignorant along with the rest of humanity, Billy Bob. And again, I'm not saying you. A lot of folks bought that. We all drank the Kool-Aid until we learned some better. But thankfully, these people been digging up these sacred texts up out the ground now for about 300-400 years, and they done started translating them. And the more they translate them, the more you get an opportunity to see if you will stop staying stuck in your blissful ignorance and read the books. You'll see how we've been hoodwinked and bamboozled. You right, Billy Bob. Fools do follow fools. In the Christian religion, the Jewish religion, and the Islamic religion are plenty of evidence of that. Like I said, Jews followed Yahweh because their ancestor chose to follow Yahweh. Despite how many times he put plagues and curses upon them, despite how many times he talked all kind of crap and sent scourges their way and bragged about it, despite all the evil genius monologuing and keeping them enslaved and everything else. And we done sat here and read out the Bible how Yahweh can't stand the nation of Israel, and they still declare that they the chosen people. Is that not foolish? So yes, you're correct, Billy Bob. Fools do follow fools. My views about other religious beliefs. Hinduism, I believe some of it. And again, it's not that I don't believe it. I believe that Hinduism got taken too far into the point of religiosity. And when that happens, things start getting really adulterated. It's like a spiritual telephone, so to speak, where it gets a little bit diluted and a little bit diluted until next thing you know, there's a whole lot of folks in there. There's an awful lot of deities in Hinduism, and some of them are in the Anunnaki pantheon, but I think over time they just started adding a lot of extra ones. But the in the light religions are the Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Judaism, Islam, so to speak, and Satanism or Luciferianism. The Inkiite philosophies are like Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, Taoism, and I absolutely believe in them. Now, I personally, when I stepped away from religion, I was so done with religion, I don't have the need for like the ritual and ceremony and the pomp and circumstance of those philosophies, because even they have rocked on for so long that sometimes they're carried kind of almost to the religion extreme, to a lot of ritual in there that I just don't need that. So I glean what I can from all of them, but I don't actively practice any of them. The reason I like the bindi because I just like the way it looks too, and I want to adorn and protect my third eye. But in the Hindu pantheon, Shiva is Lord Enki, and Lord Enki is one of my main guides next to Yeshua. So it's appropriate for me to wear a bindi. Uh, Billy Bob, I'm no more of a god than you are. I mean, they did say, "Did I not tell ye are gods?" That's in the scriptures. Because God don't mean what they lied to us and told us it means. That's the entire point here, Billy Bob. The scriptures say that we're gods, but we turn around and pedestalized the extraterrestrials that told us that they are gods. So we see ourselves as unworthy and way beneath them because they told us that we're unworthy and way beneath them. And to some degree, we bought that because they're bigger than us and stronger than us and got all that advanced technology. Yahweh always came in the cloud and the smoke and all of the flashbang and stuff. So with all of the pyrotechnics and special effects, we started seeing them as much more powerful than us, and they are very, like I said, they behaved in very fearsome ways to instill fear in us, and we bought into it. But yeah. Yeah, Billy Bob, they does. He says heaven, the kingdom of the heaven is within you. Thoth said the same thing. And Yeshua said the same thing. That is, I don't know what you talking about, got into power. What do you mean got into power? I'm not sure. Skilly, I'm not coming here with you. You got me out my class the other day, and you're not gonna keep coming in here throwing racial slurs because I'm not gonna go there with you. It's ignorant and it's beneath me. It might be right up your alley. You might be brain dead enough that's you think that that's cool. But again, first off, what you really don't understand, I don't have a hard slave lineage. I was from a family that's old enough. I do have a lineage, but I'm very well aware of it. I also have Scottish blood in me, and to be honest with you, I'm Choctaw, Blackfoot, and Seminole. But as far as my slave lineage, my ancestors that were enslaved on my mother's side, her owner was very much in love with her and would have married her if it was legal to do so. So when slavery ended, the children that could pass were sent into the North and sent to schools and educated. And the ones that couldn't pass stayed at home on the farm with their father, and they were taught trades and stuff. So I'm not saying it was right for him to have own a slave, but there was plenty of black folks that owned slaves too during slavery. But you don't even know your history if you're gonna sit there and keep saying stuff like that. So whatever. Like I said, I told you the other day, I don't have no problem with being a field nigga like Charleston White say that because truthfully, and I'm using your language now, and I hope I don't offend some of these other folks around here. But it's the house niggas that's got us stuck for real. You so busy kissing up to the establishment, not understanding that the establishment is literally run by the devil, and you're on your way out, Skilly. That part, okay? And I ain't even upset. Like I said, I'm just speaking to you in the language you can understand, since you're so coarse and crass that you're gonna come into a multinational, multicultural live stream and start flinging racial epithets. Then I'm gonna give it back to you the way you brought it. But it doesn't bother me at all for you to call me a field nigger, because I'd rather be that than to be stuck on stupid like you are. Okay? That part. And Brownsville is stuck on stupid right along with you. I don't know where this frog crap come from, but you know what? You'll find that's all right. You're welcome, Akasha's Journey. You said Brownsville don't claim you. That's cool. The idea of repentance, two doves, is a personal thing. Re- Repent simply means have a change of heart and mind. You don't need a heaven or hell hanging over your head to repent. If you know you've been going 100 miles down the road in the wrong direction, do you continue when you get the GPS notification? Do you keep going 100 miles down the road the wrong direction? Or do you stop, regroup, and go another direction? That's repentance. You don't need heaven or hell hanging over your head to repent. What you need is awakening, ascension, a conscience. And the only reason I ain't gonna say the only reason it matters, not in the heaven or hell, fly or fry type thing. It matters because according to the prophecies, there's gonna come a time when the shit show on this earth is going to be stopped, and the other Elohim that nobody wanted to recognize and acknowledge is finally gonna get his turn at bat to run this thing, to turn it around. And the only people that's gonna be invited to that party are the people that have not rocked out and showed their ass and put themselves in league with Yahweh. According to Revelation, in fact, let's read it. We ain't cracked the Bible open tonight. We can read it. According to Revelation, the ones that rock with Yahweh at the end of this book are going to be destroyed. There's one part of I can't remember exactly where the scripture is, but it talks about, I looked it up last live stream, that once they got destroyed, it talked about how the blood would run for what is it? I forgot how many stadia, but it was the equivalent. We looked it up. It was like the equivalent of about 160 to 180 miles, and as high as a horse's bridle, for 180 miles that the blood will flow. Now, again, that's probably a metaphor, but that means that there will be a significant loss of life. I think there's one script somewhere in Revelation where it talks about a third of the population of Earth being destroyed because they refuse to wake up. They continue following the dragon, they continue worshiping the devil. Yeshua told them plainly, in that day, many will come to me saying, Lord, Lord, didn't we prophesy in your name and perform many powerful works in your name and expel demons in your name? And yet I will say to them, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of evil. But as far as the heaven hell thing, in Revelation chapter 20, two doves, it says, Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan. And again, Yahweh was Satan of the Eden, and Yeshua did say he was the devil. So do the correlation, but he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be released for a little while. And we've talked about this in other live streams. History, if you go back and look at your world history, the planet got very quiet for about 1,000 years, between approximately 600 to between 600 and 700 AD to around 1600 AD. politically, militarily, spiritually, all of that. They even called it the Dark Ages. And then we had this Renaissance period. And everything, once everything kicked back up during the Renaissance period, the politics got nastier, the wars started coming back on the planet, all the rest that the religion started popping back off. It kind of sort of looks like the time of him being bound for 1,000 years might have already passed, and the time of him being released might be like what we're living in right now. If you look at world history along with looking at Revelation. Now, it goes on in Revelation. It says, and when the 1,000 years were ended, Satan will be released from his prison and will come out to deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the sea. And today, here and now, today on this planet, between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, 6 billion of the 8 billion people on this planet worship Yahweh in one form or another, even if they too uninformed to know that's what they're doing, they are worshiping Yahweh. Is that not like the number of the sand of the sea? And they marched up over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints in the beloved city. But fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet were. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Humans don't go into the lake of fire. They just consumed, done, executed. It says that the devil who deceived them, they're executed. The devil who deceived them, the beast and the false prophet, are the ones who go into the lake of fire. But yeah, hell is not something that's not for human population. So when they repent, even later on in that same verse, it talks about in the resurrection that some will be resurrected to a resurrection of life and some to a resurrection of judgment. And the resurrection of judgment is will you see the error of your ways and repent? We hear all the time, if you ever watch near death experience stories online, I've watched probably 1,000 of them at this point. But when you watch near death experiences, many, 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 many times they'll tell you that our judgment or our life review, as it were, when on the other side, is not a fly or fry, heaven or hell judgment. It's literally like looking at the pain that we've caused others while we're embodied in this lifetime, but we experience the pain from the other person's point of view. And will we feel sorry for that? Will we learn our karmic lessons from it, our soul lessons from it, or not? That is our judgment. It's not a burning hell situation to those. Hey, Durga Prasad, welcome. You repent, Champagne. I had already repented. That's repent means to see a different point of view, turn around and do something different. And I did. I repented from Christianity. I learned better, so I started doing better. I repented from Christianity, and now I teach what Yeshua done showed me to teach. I'm convinced Brownville either bumped his head as a child or he is a child. He can't really be grown because he can't never find nothing new or original or intelligent to say when he come in here, and yet he keep bringing his ass back up in here. That's that part I don't even understand. Linthet, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Hey, Tiana. You say you watched and heard a lot of history videos on a lot of the things that I'm saying. Exactly. So you know that I'm not just making making this stuff up, right? Two Doves, Ellen White had a lot of visions. So did Charles Taz Russell. So did Joseph Smith. But that don't mean that that was the only thing or that their visions was correct. Spirit can only filter through the lens of the psyche of the individual it's receiving. Joseph Smith claimed he had a vision from God too, where if men were faithful on this earth, that they could marry as many women as they want to on this earth, and then when they finish their missions or whatnot on this earth, that they would, when they get to heaven, that they're gonna receive an entire planet full of virgins. I ain't never met a man that was so all that and a bag of chips that he should even expect to have an entire planet full of women at his beck and call. What about the women? They really getting the shitty end of the stick. But Joseph Smith was so arrogant in his spiritual mission that he honestly believed that that was the word of God and got millions of people on the planet to this day still buying into that mess. He also said black people were supposed to be a race of slaves and was supposed to be happy about it. So everybody that get a vision is not genuinely getting a vision of God. They can say they're getting a vision of God, but ain't no loving God gonna turn around and force millions of women to cater to one man, and it's certainly not gonna choose a race, create a race of people to be enslaved by another race of people. That is not of God. We talked about that earlier in this live stream. Slavery was outlawed a long time ago on Nibiru. They knew that that was not the thing to do. That's some Yahweh shit. Ryan B. Live, you said Christianity is major because the Jews had prophecies that were fulfilled. But here's the thing: if you got Anunnaki beings that's behind the scenes running the show, and they're hundreds of thousands of years old, think they can't cause some prophecies to be fulfilled because they the ones that inspired the prophecies and they the ones that turn around and saw them through. For example, excuse me, we read a few weeks ago in I think it was First and Second Kings. I think it got around the Second Kings where Yahweh wanted Ahab, King Ahab, he wanted Ahab dead. He said that Ahab was going to die in battle. And the way he did it, he turned around and said that he was going to push telepathic lies into the prophet's mind to make the prophet lie to Ahab and boo Ahab up to get him to go out there in battle so that he would be killed on the battlefield. And that's exactly what he did. And Ahab died in battle. So of course prophecies are fulfilled. That still don't mean that that's what people need to be going and doing. If they understood who these cats were behind the scenes that was running the show, they'd understand how prophecy was fulfilled. And again, you'll say because prophecy was fulfilled, but you won't use the logic rationale to see how that could happen. Yeshua fulfilled a lot of prophecies because Yeshua was very well versed in those scriptures. He knew what to do and what to say to be fulfilling certain prophecies because his father Enki had previously educated him on what to do and say when he got there. He spent 18 years away from the Jews. You think Enki didn't put some information in Yeshua's head? Come on now. If Yahweh could enter into Judas and push thoughts into his head and enter into the prophet to push thoughts into his head to make him lie to King Ahab, do you honestly think that Enki, brother of Yahweh, couldn't push information into Yeshua's head and into John's head? After all, Gabriel came and said to Zechariah and Elizabeth, you're going to give birth to John. He is paving the way for this chosen one. This is not your baby, Zechariah. Don't get upset. She didn't cheat on you. Elizabeth is going to have the Elohim's baby. And then 6 months into her pregnancy, he came to Joseph and Mary and told them the same thing. Joseph, don't be mad. But Mary is about to have the Elohim's baby. It's just that Christians in our ignorance want to give credit to that being Yahweh. It wasn't Yahweh, it was Enki. And they did artificial insemination in the Lost Book of Enki. They tell you that's how the Adamo and all them got here. They did artificial insemination, in vitro fertilization, all of that. Plus, Enki was a rolling stone. He ain't had no problem sleeping with humans, period. That's why Noah was here. He was not born in a test tube. Enki made it with humans. He made it with Dawn and Dusk, and Adapa and Titi were born. Noah was his son. Methuselah was his son. Enoch was his son. Kenan was his son. All of them, yeah. In the Septuagint, Ryan B. Live, here's the thing. I'm happy for your studying of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint versions, we take that as the beginning, the root of the tree. They're not. The Christian religion came from out of the First Council of Nicaea. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls were the oldest that we had found at that time, but if you look around, and like I say, they've been steady digging up ancient texts. They had the library, Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh. They've got, well, the Vatican probably has a library at Alexandria, but they had the Dead Sea Scrolls, the library at Nineveh, all the rest of that. And I think they got 25,000 volumes out of Ashurbanipal's library by itself. So they've been steadily digging up stuff that was way older than the Dead Sea Scroll information. So I'm happy that you studied the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Septuagint, but there's a lot of other information that was out there way before them. That part. Two Doves, you said if he didn't die on the cross, first off, there's a lot of folks around the other parts of the world, Christians believe that Yeshua died during that event. But it's interesting, to note that the scriptural account where it talks about the women bringing in herbs into the tomb, they brought in healing herbs. They did not bring in embalming herbs. So they knew he didn't die, okay? And some very key things that happened, and it was a prophecy again, but normally, instead of putting them out, splaying them out on a cross like this, they would have been hung on a stake or a pole like this. If you put stakes through the hand, splay out your hands, and sometimes in the sun you can see the light, the way our bones and our tendons are. There's not enough supporting crossbone to support the weight of an adult human. If you were to put the spikes through the hands, splayed out like that, in short order, the weight of the body would have ripped through this and it would fall. They also hobbled the legs. Very often they used to break the legs so that the person couldn't stand up. But in his case, it was said, in Yeshua's case, for whatever reason, his legs were not broken, but they still would have been shortened up so that he couldn't stand up straight. And that's what they did. They would put these bones, if you put a stake here through the wrist here, there is that large wrist bone, two of them together, that could support the weight of a human body, of an adult human, but not through individual hands splayed out separately. So they would have been nailed together overhead. And when you do that and hobble the legs so that the person cannot stand up straight, what happens is the body weight of hanging that way and not being able to stand up straight will start to cause the lungs to fill with fluid. It's a very long, very uncomfortable process, but ultimately they wound up drowning in their own fluid. That's how those type of executions were done back then. And like I said, it was the most embarrassing, ignoble way to execute someone, and that's why they did it that way, to, like I said, right alongside a murderer and a thief. There wasn't no three crosses on the hill. You said not a lot of folks are willing to break it down openly, but allows room to go and research for confirmation. Exactly. Yeshua put this on my heart to start speaking about this about a year ago, and almost 2 years ago now. And at first, I was like, "Can I say this? Like, how much can I say?" And I was real hesitant and all of that. And they finally, my spirit team, let me know, "No, you gonna speak. You don't have no choice. I can't keep this in my head because here's the thing: I was taught to read from the Bible by the age of 3, and I still didn't connect the dots until I was like 50 something years old. If it took me this long, and I'm not saying that by way of being braggadocious, like I'm so much better than anyone else. I'm saying I was literally in there when my mother was sitting up with a belt. We had to do it. I studied the Bible. We were devout. I was sincere. I can remember being a teenager crying, sobbing on my knees in my closet because I wanted to know the nature of God, because Yeshua said God is love. But what I was reading and experiencing from the religion and everything else, I wasn't feeling the love. And I wanted to know what's going on. So the dots ain't connecting. So if I was that sincere and that devout and putting in that kind of time, and it took me this long to connect the dots, I know good and well that some of these other good Christians could take it. And I ain't trying to be funny or disrespectful, but to be a good Christian, you don't have to do no Bible study. All you got to do is show up in church every day, every week, Sunday morning, and that's good enough. And a lot of folks, that's become their religion. Just show up on Sunday, and whatever the pastor spoon feeds you is the extent of your spirituality. And you could sit in church every single time that door open from now to you 90 years old. If that's all you do, you're only going to have an elementary, very elementary, rudimentary understanding of the religion and of what the Bible actually has to say, because they ain't gonna tell you that. The pastor ain't gonna get into all of that stuff like we was talking about the sacrificing at the scene in the scriptures where they slaughtered those 7 animals, and then Yahweh swooped down and ate up all of that nastiness, and then struck down Nadab and Abihu because they dared to burn incense to clear the air after they had done all of that flinging of the blood and eating of the raw entrails and all that nastiness that's in there. Ain't too many preachers gonna build no Sunday sermon on that. Right or right? They don't like talking about the servant girl that was violated all night till she died. They don't like talking about that kind of stuff. They definitely not gonna get, if when they talk about Job, they're gonna tell you how wonderful it was that Job had such a test of faith that he came through it with flying colors, but they'll never talk about how disgustingly shitty it was of Yahweh to do that to that man and all his children and all his servants and all of everything just to prove a point. Ain't no preacher gonna preach that from the pulpit. So we have to, somebody got to talk about this, for not for the Bible thumpers that want to cling to their Bibles and their Qurans and their Torahs and Talmuds and all that. They gonna cling to that to their very last breath. Let them. I'm here to talk to the people that know something is going on here. Something ain't quite right. They want some answers. They want to turn over a new leaf. They're looking ahead, and I'm really here for the next generation. I'll be that auntie, that grandma, that whoever that try to talk to these kids, because I guarantee you the level of ignorance that humanity has been under for the last 2,000 years is not going to be allowed to continue on into the age of Aquarius. That's why this information is coming out now. And like I said, I'm not the only one that's saying it, for sure. Hey, Balaram Vishwakarma, welcome. First off, Ryan B. Live, The Fallen Angels. I'm probably part, I know for a fact, well, I don't know for a fact, but I'm comfortable with the fact, and I've had someone that was like really into Bible knowledge and stuff years ago. This old man, in fact, he was like the head of the Watchtower Society. He took a look at me when I was about 11 or 12 years old and gasped. He said, there were giants in the land. And at the time, I thought it was because I was tall for my age. I wasn't this heavy back then, but I was tall for my age. And wasn't until later on when I got grown, I realized there's something in my appearance that identified me as Nephilim or more Nephilim than the average bear. So I'm comfortable with that because you talking about blood from the fallen angels. You ain't did your homework if you don't understand where the fallen angels fell from. That's just the Agigi, baby, the Watchers. They fell from Mars. They was right here with the rest of the Anunnaki, but they had been sent to Mars to there was a staging area, a way station, if you will, for the gold refinery, and they got upset because Marduk married Sarpanet, a human, and they said, we've been up here, we ain't got no women, and we ain't got this, and we can't do this, and we can't do that. If Marduk can marry a human, so can we. So they crashed the wedding party of Marduk and Sarpanet and took human wives. But here's the thing, again, Anunnaki is a very blanket term. All of the Anunnaki DNA apparently was not compatible with humans. The offspring that came out of those unions were the Nephilim, and they were horrifyingly scary giants that had nasty attitudes. They overfished the rivers, they overhunted the forest, and once they ran out of food, they began to turn on themselves and they started eating humans. That was one of the reasons why Enlil, that was the argument that he used to justify not notifying humans of the flood coming, because the Nephilim had gotten so bad till they just decided to, for the rest of the Anunnaki to just get in their spaceships and go up when the flood came and let the Nephilim drown during the flood, and they would come back and rebuild. But they chose not to save humans either. But yeah, you talking about talking to someone in the chat from with blood from the fallen angels. I'm probably somebody with blood from the fallen angels too, but I understand where they fell from. An angel only means messenger. So they're Anunnaki too. That's the part. Don't start. Here these people go. The ones that get me, they swear up and down that one of the emerald tablets is fake and one of them is real and all the rest of that. To be honest with you, I've read both of them, and I put more faith in Thoth's version than Hermes Trismegistus. But Hermes Trismegistus is known as the thrice born of Thoth. So what do you what honestly, that's the humans get so sanctimonious with what they think they know. The man who found the text that he translated, Dorial, he tells the story of being led to that information and what happened to it and having to. He didn't believe it was fake. He would not have gone into the Mayan lands and gotten the text and then interpreted the text and then took a ship all the way to Egypt because he couldn't get on a plane back then. This was in 1928, and got on a ship all the way to Egypt to go and bury them back in the Valley of the Kings. That don't sound like nobody that was just coming up with fakery. So the folks that want to be quick to debunk that, I don't believe so. I believe that the Emerald Tablets are real. And you don't have to if you don't want to, Ryan B. Live. It's a lot of folks that swear up and down they know so damn much. But oh well. I'm aware that a lot of the scripture is allegorical, but I'm also aware that some of the stuff in the scriptures are true, especially because of the fact that a lot of these mystical, a lot of the scribes and stuff that would have written those texts or transcribed those books were mystical scribes, and especially the ones that were scribes of Enlil, again with that Luciferian agenda, they will put some stuff in there, hide the truth in plain sight, just like Hollywood been doing, just like the church been doing, just like politics been doing the entire time. Excuse me, look at how many movies that they had, like that. Oh, people want to call it conspiracy theory, but people are starting to come out now that documents are being declassified. About 85 to 90% of conspiracy theories are actually true. That's why I don't even call it theory anymore. They're just conspiracists, because the government lie to people and tell you it's a conspiracy because they don't want you paying attention to it. So, oh, that's just them old wackos, conspiracy theory. Oh, those are just weather balloons. Don't look at that over there. Oh, those are just the crazy tin hatters. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that part. You said Genesis states that the stars serve as signs and that as much in the Bible is related to the stars. Of course it is, because this is the story of the Elohim. Enki was the one that gave us astronomy and astrology. He mapped out the rivers. He gave us agriculture, science, base 10 and base 12 math, philosophy, our early mysticism, all of that. Enki, the one that y'all get credit for, the one that the world is bowing and scraping to, the devil, he was not hands on involved with any of that. He's a warrior and always has been. His title was Lord of the Command. He's good at coming in and just taking over and running and bossing people around. But he didn't have the scientific knowledge. And if you understood the story of the two brothers, you'd understand why. Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah, was taught as a military tactician or strategist because he was being groomed to take the throne on Nibiru. He is the successor of Anu on the throne on Nibiru. Enki, on the other hand, is the older brother, but he could not succeed the throne because of his lineage. They are half brothers, but Enlil's mother was of royal blood. Enki's brother, I mean, Enlil's mother was of royal blood. Enki's mother was a concubine. Therefore, it was known from day one. He never had an expectation of taking the throne on Nibiru, which is one of the reasons he wanted control. He wanted dominion over Earth. But instead of Anu giving Enki Earth, he turned around and gave it to Enlil. But Enki, because he knew he was not going to gain the throne on Nibiru, he didn't worry about learning military strategy and all the rest of that. And his personality, he was just a much chiller dude. He didn't like the moral compass on Nibiru. He didn't like some of the stuff they did in the infighting and all the rest of that. But he studied, he was fascinated with art and science and medicine and those sorts of things. So he studied under their scientists and their artists, their philosophers. He studied the ancient histories and all of that. He was a geneticist. That's why they sent Enlil and Ninmah uh, and Enki down there initially to Earth to go check it out. They were looking for the gold, but Enki was the one that was gonna have to figure out how to mine it, how to do, how to refine it, how to get it back there, anything that needed to be done scientifically. Enlil couldn't do that. Enki had to know how. That's why he was sent down here with Enlil. Enlil was just put in charge. You said, how do we know if we're stuck in this loop when we have deja vu? You've never heard of the Emerald Tablets. You're shooketh and wish to read it. Do I have it by chance? Yeah, I have a playlist, Two Doves, on the channel where I read through the Emerald Tablets. And then right after that, I turned right back around and went back through the compendium of the Emerald Tablets, Billy Carson's version, just because I felt like, in reading it, I was kind of missing something. So I wanted to go over through it again, and a lot more did come out. That's the reason why I've got a playlist with the Lost Book of Enki where I read that, and I'm getting ready to go back through it and read it again too, because I feel like you get something new each time you go through it. But yeah, I've read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus is one page. It's like 15 little sentences on one page. So you can look that up too if you want to. It doesn't necessarily negate some of the language in it is a little bit more circular. It doesn't really get into much. If anything, I would have identified that one. If I were going to identify one of them as fake, it would have been that one. But the one that goes into detail, they want to identify as fake and want to accept Hermes as what's real. But again, Hermes came along in 500 or 600 AD, and the political and religious systems of this time period have basically told us that everything that comes from before then is um, mythos, or is fake, or is a fraud, or don't look at it, don't look at it, don't look at it, because the ancient texts tell us way too much. The only ancient text they want us looking at is these very limited, very carefully redacted, very carefully culled collection of books, these 66. Them other 20, 30, 40, 100,000 ancient texts we ain't supposed to look at now, just these. No, I wish I had Money Magic Trillion because I would be working on it on my own. But you know what? A lot I have come to understand that with manifesting money, a lot of it is has to do with your energy and your belief. And it's funny because a lot of folks that want to clown me about money, and I'm not saying that you are necessarily, because I don't know where you're coming at with that, but a lot of people that want to manifest money can't manifest money because they don't believe they really can. They say it, but it's kind of a sort of a tongue in cheek type of thing. And so what they keep manifesting is the absence of it. Because at the end, they can say they're going to manifest money, but they're going to do it at some point in the future. They honestly don't really believe that's going to happen. It's almost kind of that I'll believe it when I see it kind of attitude. And truthfully, when it comes to manifestation, you'll see it when you believe it. So, I mean, I know I'm having to work on my thought processes, and a lot of us have a lot of programming around money, especially your ego. It tries to keep you safe. So if you got it in your head that evil people, that rich people are evil, guess what? Your ego doesn't want you to be evil, so your ego will see to it that you never get rich. So we have to work on it's a lot of things you have to work on in your energy and your programming to just booyah manifest money like that. But I can manifest to some degree smaller stuff. I haven't manifested the big one yet, but it's on the way, like shortly actually, but we'll see. Hey Rohit Tandel, welcome. You don't need no money magic. You need to learn because again, money is cool, but understand it's just a tool. It's far more important for you to understand your practical magic, your alchemical magic, who you are as a being. Raise your consciousness and your psyche, and the rest will come along with it. Become a true alchemist. It ain't just about the money. You keep focusing on the money, and everything is going to kind of suffer. Focus on the spirituality, and the money will come along with. That's free advice. You can take it or not. That's up to you. Oh no, I don't want Jewish level money magic because even Yahweh told them that the Jews in the Bible, Yahweh absolutely rebuked them and cursed them and talked mad shit about how shisty they were in business. That ain't money magic. They're just dishonest, very shisty, using their powers not for good, and the power that they use is not of the light. He said all of that, so no. And I am aware that the true Israelites are not the Ashkenazi Jews, but the Ashkenazi Jews still run around the planet thumping their chest about how blessed they are because of the fact that they make money, but they're not of the light. And the methods that they use to make money is working with the dragon. I don't need that kind of money magic in my life. I don't want no parts of them. Exactly, Antoine. Hermes is seen as a reincarnation of thoughts, and that's one of the reasons I've talked about that. Hermes is known as the thrice born, and in my opinion, Yeshua is the second born incarnation of thought. Aoi, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual now. I'm no longer religious. I was raised Christian, but I stepped away from it when I learned better. Less sugar. That's the crazy part, though. The scriptures warn of false religions, but then they turn around, and the biggest one of the false religions is the one warning of the false religion. That's why I start laughing every time I see some of these Christian apologists and these sanctimonious Bible thumpers and stuff talking about beware of the false light, beware of the false light. They don't even realize they are the damn false light. Hugely blasphemous and hypocritical in their thinking and their operations. They are false. Yeshua told them they was false. They just did not choose to hear what he had to say. You say you read in Mormon the Egyptians lied a lot. They ain't lie no more than the Jews, I promise you that. Like I say, the very first interaction with Yahweh resulted in Abraham telling a lie to the Pharaoh. He was scared. Abraham had left from out of Ur, where his father was a scribe in the temple of Nanarsan. Him and Lot headed out in towards wherever they was nomads. So they went did their nomad thing and went out there to find their way and make their way in the world. And Abraham, after a while, he met up with Yahweh. Yahweh said, I'm going to give you a child in your old age. I'm going to make your name a mighty people if you'll agree to serve me. And Abraham said, cool, I'll do that. But Yahweh took such poor care of his servant that there was a famine in the land, and Abraham was forced to go back into Egypt because of the famine. Now, if Yahweh was faithful to his word, why come Yahweh couldn't feed Abraham? Why did Abraham have to go into Egypt? But he had to go into Egypt to keep from, because Egypt wasn't hit as hard by the famine. So him and Sarah and all their entourage went to Egypt. But Abraham was worried because Sarah was very beautiful and she was 10 years younger than him. So he was afraid that the Pharaoh would find her attractive and want her, and that they would kill him to get to her. Now that's still a whole lot of ego, because Sarah was 64 years old at this point. So why he thought that the Pharaoh was going to want to kill him to take his 60-something-year-old wife, I have no idea. But that's what he told Sarah to lie and say that she was his sister instead of his wife. And she did it. And sure enough, the Pharaoh liked what he saw, and she was beautiful, and he was chatting her up and giving her all kinds of gifts and stuff. He was looking at making her one of his wives. And instead of Abraham telling the truth, instead of Yahweh protecting Abraham and providing for Abraham, Yahweh instead threw curses and scourges on the Pharaoh, to the point when Pharaoh realized what was going on. He was like, what in the world, what's going on? And he found out that he was under all of them plagues because of coveting after another man's wife. And he was like, why you ain't tell me this is your wife? You decided up here and told me it's your sister, got me over here looking at this man coveting another man's wife. Take your shit and go. Pharaoh was upset. But again, instead of Yahweh providing for Abraham, he spent his energy putting plagues on the Pharaoh. That's the nature of Yahweh, built on a lie. So it wasn't that the Egyptians were liars, Abraham was a liar. Alex Acles, you say you got a question. Why do most women have a receding hairline? I don't know, Alex, because I don't have a receding hairline. I just got a big forehead, which I'm assuming is the cooling tank for all of this intellect up here. Some people just, and I also know that the shape of my head and the shape of my eyes has something to do with my Nephilim heritage or Egyptian heritage, whichever you want to call it, however, Anunnaki heritage. But my hairline is not receding. I'm 57 years old and I got all of my hair. My edges are fine because I don't do weaves and wigs and all the rest of that. My hair is natural, and I got enough of it. It's not long halfway down my back, but it's long enough. So I don't know why most women have a receding hairline. I haven't seen receding hairlines in most women, but okay. What do I think about all the people that believe in Buddha or are Hindu? I think they're more on the right track than the people that are Muslim, Christian, and Jews. Yeah. Think about this. Yeshua said God is love, right? Yeshua said that you should love your neighbor as yourself, that you should do unto others as you would have them do unto you, not as they're doing unto you. Think about the world that we will be living in right now. Right now, as it stands, right now, 75% of the planet is worshiping the Abrahamic religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. And we ain't had no peace on this planet since the Abrahamic religions have been in power. But flip that. Think about the world we live in if 75% of the world was Buddhist. We would have peace. You can't pay a Buddhist to go pick up a pew pew and go do nothing or go fight wars and all. It's not going to happen. So you think, what do I think about all the people that believe in Buddha or are Hindu? They are much closer to the truth than the folks that's worshiping Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh. No, Dom John, and that's not our business here. I'm sorry that happened or whatever. It's all over the news. Keep watching the news if you want to, because honestly, what's happening in the Ukraine, I'm not saying it's not important for the people that's in the Ukraine, and I'm not even saying that we don't need to know to a degree. But please understand that all of the news you will ever lay your eyes on in any part of the world is very much meted out to us and governed and determined by the powers that were. And when they're bothering to show you some horrible thing happening in some part of the world, best to know that they're showing you that to hide something else they don't want you to see. They pay news crews to go all around the world and scour the planet for the worst of the worst of the worst information that they could find, and then throw in one little good feel put good piece at the end of it. You know why they do that? Because they feed off our negative energy. If they keep us in fear and keep us believing in the hype and keep us believing in war and racism and all of those things, they can feed off our negative energy. So stop watching the news so much, Dom John, and you probably be all right. Okay, that part. You said you're back. Remember you when you said bring God back and you understood me. I remember seeing somebody named Brooklyn, but I'm not quite sure of the whole conversation. But okay, okay, Aaron. You say you believe that and cries. Okay. I still have no idea what you're talking about, Brooklyn. But again, you saying bring God back. I don't think he went nowhere. Not as y'all are looking at it. They ain't going nowhere. They're still here. But I have to understand which, like I said, which God and what they're gonna do when they get back. I don't want Yahweh nowhere near me. Period. He done caused enough hell and confusion on this planet. And his Anunnaki brethren think he done caused enough hell and confusion on this planet. They're not fooling with him no more either. I'm ready for Enki to show up and do something. Yahweh done had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years to do better, and he's chosen not to. It's time for a new sheriff in town. You said it's like maybe you suffer for nothing, how to avoid suffering, but irony, suffering, you become powerful. And true. And here's the thing, a lot of us are, we don't realize it, but if you think about going into the age of Aquarius, think about or go back and look in history when the age of Taurus was being installed. I could guarantee you there was some kind of a major political hiccup and wars that took place when the Piscean age was coming into being. there was some kind of a political shakeup and some stuff that happened and took place. It's a rough ride changing from any astrological or zodiacal age into another. And it's not an overnight transition. It takes about 75 to 150 years to switch from one zodiacal age to install into another. Um, the rough ride that we're having right now is because a lot of us been here before. It's a lot of old souls on this planet before. We've been steadily doing this loop and kind of sort of ascending a little bit. But the starseed children were coming in because we kind of sort of knew this go around we would get further in the game. It's time to beat the final boss. We're at the doorway of the age of Aquarius. And a lot of us, because of that, I laugh and kind of say we took the Super Dave crash and burn entry into this experience. We're closing out a lot of karmic lessons, doing the ancestral line work, our own karmic work, all of that. We do have a lot of suffering because, like Gandhi said, I thank those who brought me pain, for they are my teachers. They are karmic, high level karmic soulmates that have lined up to help us graduate from some very uncomfortable lessons. Because here's the thing, as the teachers and ambassadors, if you will, of New Earth, you can't teach what you don't know. You can't have compassion and empathy for what you haven't walked through. So we've had to walk the mile, so to speak, in a lot of uncomfortable shoes to help assist with the awakening. It's part of the process of this moving into the age of Aquarius. We're just light workers. Some of us woke up a little earlier in the matrix than some of the others ahead of the mass awakening. And as we start getting our stuff together and balancing our energy, we're going to reach back and help others awaken and understand and teach and do all of those things that we're here doing. And, yeah. You say you question when people say they caught the Holy Ghost. Is it Yeshua even though they call out to Jesus? No, not really. Holy Spirit does not behave. First of all, it's according to the scriptures, and again, I'm going to quote because that's where they want to get this stuff. It says God is a God not of disorder, but of peace. And a lot of what people call catching the Holy Ghost in church winds up with people jumping around, flailing themselves on the floor, flinging and flailing at each other, or spouting a bunch of intelligible gobbledygook because they call themselves speaking in tongues. That is not of Yeshua. That's some demonic nonsense. The speaking in tongues that happened during the biblical times was for the purpose of spreading the good news to multiple people of multiple languages. The apostles would speak in one language and it was heard and perceived simultaneously by people of different languages. So if they were out speaking to a crowd of say four, like when Yeshua fed the 5,000, if they were speaking to 5,000 people, some were speaking Hebrew. Some understood Hebrew, some understood Greek, some understood Aramaic, some might have understood whatever. And when the apostle or Yeshua was speaking, everybody in the crowd could understand the message in their language. That's what speaking in tongues was. It wasn't out here with this lie that these Christian or these apostolic churches claim that they speaking in tongues so they can confuse the devil. You can't confuse the devil of nothing. The person that been here from the creation of all of our languages, whether it's the devil or one of his henchmen that you want to call a demon, there's no language that we can speak on this planet that we know that the devil and demons don't know too. That is an arrogant, nonsensical, whatever they came up with that's supposed to be. There's no point in that. It's for show. Christians have more paranormal activity than anybody I've ever heard of. And I've seen some folks that talk about seeing that stuff right up in church. And they'll turn around and say that that's proof that there's a spiritual war because the devil come right up in church too. Well, no, because that's your church. You don't realize that you in the synagogue of Satan. Yeshua said that. But Christians refuse to hear it. X760 give you what verse of what scripture? We've been talking about a lot of scriptural principles. So Use Google, whatever we was talking about when you were demanding a verse, type it in Google and see. Unless you can still hear and can repeat it. Thank you, Not Now, Beery. I appreciate you. Hey, buddy. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Oh, I'm way behind. If somebody just now mentioned in Charleston, I got to hurry up and get down this list. Hold on. Hey, Codes of Harmony. Welcome. It is the cross is an occult symbol in history, but it's a symbol of sun worship, Aaron. It ain't got nothing to do with the crucifixion of Yeshua. You said the site of the skull. They're talking about all of that Golgotha stuff. You talking about the raising of the holy chrism and going into Golgotha and all of that in the brain? That's something different. The cross is a symbol from Constantine. It was one of his seals that he sealed his communication with the symbol of the cross because he was a sun worshiper. Hey, Swims, welcome back. Soul Scorpio, nope, not black magic here, boo. 46 for Churijan. I'm sorry, and I do hope your son gets healing soon. You definitely may want to look into some energetic healing. You said two doves. You said you read that, but you know that in Baruch, in the book, more terror is to come, but it's still accurate to Revelation. Just add more chaos and explanation. Same thing. I'm finishing up the book of Enoch now. In fact, when I finished this live stream, I did the 11th section in Enoch, and I'll finish it either tonight or tomorrow for the 12th section. Um, and it was kind of sort of the same thing, but it towards the end when he's talking about like the Son of Man being installed and his father and all that, you can really see the correlation in Enoch, in my opinion, to the Book of Revelation and to what's going on in the world today. Do I believe in the three-eye alien ship is real? I believe three-eye Atlas is some kind of an alien, either extraterrestrial monitoring device or something, of course. Why wouldn't it be? They've been coming here all along. This ain't nothing new. Ezekiel talked about seeing the wheel within the wheel and the this and the that. And Enoch got caught up and taken in the clouds. Dupsar got taken up in a cloud. Yahweh was talking about going around in a whirlwind. The Hindu Vedic texts talk about them coming around in Vimanas and stuff. And for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, even in the Renaissance artwork and stuff. You see spaceships and stuff in the background. It's on the walls in the pyramids. It's in Egypt. It's on the walls in the pyramids down in the Incan and Mayan lands. Of course, the extraterrestrials have never stopped coming here. People need to just wake up. They've been believing the lies that government talk about for so long. You said explaining, so we'll be burned. The loop is the other side. What you're talking about right now? What I say? What would you say is accurate? It's in Mormon, and also, um, we ain't gonna be burned. We gonna be basically reincarnated. And even in the scriptures, they believed in reincarnation because during the transfiguration of Yeshua, they thought that it was Moses and Elijah that was coming to take him up when they saw him coming in that light in the cloud and all of that other stuff. So and if they talk about coming back and being resurrected and all that, what is that if that's not incarnation? Yes, yeah, the silly trolls swims, yeah. Say he went a little too far. No problem. No, Islam is not the religion of Yeshua, dear one, Andrew Cohen. I'm gonna look at Acts 2:22 though, because I'm interested now. That's one we haven't looked at yet. And again, the New Testament is the works of Paul, so I take a lot of this with the grain. I'm not saying there's no good information in the New Testament because I read in Revelation all the time, but I do understand that this was a vehicle of Paul. This is Paul's lie for the most part, especially when he starts in here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. 2:22. Oh, that's where you're talking about them in the upper room, the coming of the Holy Spirit and all that in the first part of chapter 2. But then we're going to go down to 22. Men of Israel, hear these words. Yeshua of Nazareth, a man attested to you by the Elohim with mighty works and wonders and signs that Elohim did through him in your midst, as you know, yourselves know. This Yeshua, delivered up according to the definite plan and foreknowledge of God, you crucified and killed by the hands of lawless men. Okay, and what does that don't mean that that's the religion of Yeshua. It really don't. And here's the thing, I love this scripture because it says, or this in this translation it says Jesus of Nazareth. This is the part Christians really don't understand because they don't bother to do their homework. The Nazarites did not worship Yahweh, period. The Edomites did not worship Yahweh, period. The Essenes did not worship Yahweh, period. In fact, the Edomites went so far as to separate themselves from the rest of the physical Jews. They went into the land of Edom. The Edomites were the offspring or the progeny, if you will, of Esau. Even in the scriptures, it says, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Jacob and Esau were twins. But Esau's people didn't F with Yahweh, period. And they went into the mountainous regions, into the land of Edom, and took refuge there. And the Edomites did not worship Yahweh. So the fact that the scriptures refer to Yeshua as a Nazarite is proof that he wasn't the son of Enlil, excuse me. He would have been the son of Enki. He wasn't the son of Yahweh because, like I said, he didn't fool with Yahweh at all. Adenzel Concepcion, again, the New Testament is Paul's lie. Sin is an archery term. It means to miss the mark. Now, okay, you say that to say what? For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Well, let's talk about the glory of God. Again, go look at my last few live streams when I done talked about what Yahweh did so that they could be visited by the glory of God. The glory of God ain't that glorious when you actually read the Bible for what it say instead of what the church tell you it mean. Yahweh is a monster. He's a liar. He's deceptive. He's a rapist. He promotes slavery. He don't keep his promises. He threw just as many curses and scourges on the nation of Israel as he did on the enemies, and then turned around in a narcissistic rant and got mad at them. Go read Amos and Obadiah. Amos and Obadiah. When he sit there, I dried up your crops so that you had famine in the land, and still you did not return to me. I made the rivers dry up, and I destroyed your this, and I sent plagues, and I did this, and still you did not return to me. And then had the nerve to turn back and remind them of how shitty he treated them when they was coming out of Egypt, and still you did not return to me. And then turned around in Jeremiah and talk about how wrong they were, because it was Asherah poles put back up all over the place. They stopped worshiping him. He did them so dirty, they stopped worshiping him and went back to worshiping Asherah. And he got mad at them for it. That's a narcissist. Nope. Truth. uh Yeshua is not God. He did not say he was God. And the word God does not mean what we think it is. We've been taught that God is an all powerful, all knowing, eternally living, everlasting sky daddy. That's not the truth. The word God, Elohim, in the scripture means powerful ones, and they are stronger than us. They're more powerful than us, and they do live hundreds of thousands of years, but they are not eternal. They're not immortal. In the lost book of Enki, Dumuzi drowned. And that story, I think, even follows through. I think in the Egyptian pantheon, they tell you the story of Inanna and Dumuzi. I know it shows up, like I said, in Anunnaki text, and I think the Akkadian as well. But yeah. Aaron said most people are already living in hell because most suffer and are dissatisfied. Christians have a terrible ego and no love, like their supposed role model. Yep, Ashe, that entire part, Aaron. Cece said it best. Because here's the thing: they claim Christians supposedly have Yeshua as their namesake, but they're not doing what Yeshua said. Yeshua wasn't pointing nobody to worshiping Yahweh. He said, "Pick up your cot and follow me. If you love me, obey me. If you love me, believe me." They didn't believe him, they don't obey him, and they went right back to worshiping the same demon, God, the same devil that Yahweh told, that Yeshua said was the devil that the Jews was worshiping. They even call themselves the Israel of God, the spiritual Israelites. Christians align themselves to Yahweh instead of aligning themselves to Yeshua, because they've been bamboozled into believing that Yeshua is the son of Yahweh when he's not. He's the son of Enki. You said maybe what I believe is true may be true for you, but for people to scare people in believing the barbaric beliefs is only hell. Right, exactly. And honestly, but they did that on purpose. The word religion means to bind or hold back. It comes from the Greek word religare. Religion is a governor, always has been, only and ever. When they stopped ruling, when the priest kings, when the Anunnaki priest kings stopped ruling and they put humans in rulership as priests, religion became a control point. Period. Well, it always was, kind of, but it got even worse. Like you said, humans will take stuff to the nth degree. So the book you have is by Christopher. He said it's false, not the Book of Mormon or Blue Book. That one is toxic. Uh, Honestly, again, any religion that's telling you that you got to suffer here on earth or sacrifice so greatly here on earth so you can receive a reward on the other side, and said reward completely disavows or the needs or wants of a whole sector of people just to appease you, that's some selfish narcissistic nonsense. So I don't care what color the book is, it ain't from, not from for real. It's not of Yeshua, that's for sure. It's probably from Yahweh, because he get down like that. But that person that took that information and started that religion was not hearing truth from Yeshua. Because of them two factors right there. I can, like I said, the fact that they promote the fact that black people are supposed to be slaves, and that the fact that Mormon men can have as many wives as they want here on earth, and if they're faithful, when they get to the other side on heaven, they're going to get an entire planet full of virgins. How egotistical do you have to be to think that you are enough man to satisfy even 4 women, much less an entire planet full of virgins? So you're gonna have a whole bunch of unfulfilled women just sitting around for your beck and call through all eternity because you did a good deed. That's a pretty shitty deal for Mormon women, wouldn't you say? What would be their incentive to be faithful? So that they could get farmed off to a planet to serve one egomaniacal idiot forever? Maybe once in life he might get around to spending some time with them and have some intimacy with them or whatever so they could have a baby. But if it's a whole planet full of them, he might not ever get to them. And that's supposed to be okay for these women. That wasn't very well thought out. That don't even sound like somebody had a for real vision from spirit. But I'm just saying. He said Yeshua is God like us because he said we are his brothers and sisters and children of light. Yeah. He said greater things than I have done will you do. He wanted us to ascend and become Christos in our lifetimes as well, just like he did. No fear. The scriptures say, did I not tell ye are gods? So Aaron didn't say it. The scriptures say it. You said, is Exodus 20? Okay, hold on. You said explain Exodus 21. Oh, it's 11:11. We're gonna have to put a pin in this, and we'll come back Tuesday. But I want to try to get to the end of this line anyway. And Exodus 20 through 21 at 11:11 p.m. I love it. Moses said, wait a minute, Exodus 21. My bad. 21, 20 through 21. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. But again, if you got, okay, here's the thing. Now, this is the part. And again, they talk about how the Bible don't never contradict itself. I can't remember exactly where it went. There's a whole lot of stuff that's laid down in the Mosaic Law, and that's part of the thing that I said. That was the part, like I mentioned, the fact that Mormonism, in my opinion, cannot be of God because it talks about the fact that black people are supposed to be slaves and men are supposed to get a whole planet full of virgins. Yahweh's instructions to the Israelites let me know that Judaism and Christianity can't be of God either. Because how you gonna have the instructions for the slave and the slave master in the same book, damn near on the same page? Hold on. Oh, we got to do a lot of this because the 10 Commandments are here too. I'm gonna get there, so I haven't forgotten Exodus 21:20. But in 20 it starts out and God spoke all these words saying, and in this instance it probably was Yahweh because he's giving this to the Israelites. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. Oh, so there are other gods, you just can't have none before him. So that lie that he's the Alpha and the Omega and there ain't no other God, that was an artifice that came along later. He's acknowledging that there are other gods, but you can't have any before him here. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness or anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or is it in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandment. He didn't show no steadfast love to no damn body. This is a lie. This is a bald-faced lie. He do believe in, like I said, the iniquity of the fathers and to the children of the third and fourth generations, because in Amos, I think it was, or was it Obadiah? He was still talking about the third and the fourth generation. He holds a grudge. Like I said, he marched the nation of Israel around for 40 years and still is over here monologuing about how he brought them out of Egypt, bragging on it. He don't feel sorry at all for having done that to him. And this part about the grave not having any kind of a likeness or carved image, that's a lie too, because in the temple it describes whatever it was that Moses and Aaron and them was flinging blood on that altar. That altar had horns and breasts. So it's an image of something that was on the earth or below or whatever. It didn't describe it having what kind of face it had, but they said that they laid some of the entrails on the horns, or they spread the blood on the horns and laid the fatty lobe of the liver across the breast, or whatever the image was that they had in that temple had horns and breasts. But he also said, you shall not take the name of your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Well, he ain't my Lord, so y'all get mad at me all you want to. I don't recognize him as my Lord, because Yeshua, he wasn't Yeshua's Lord, therefore he ain't my Lord. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. That part, this is what gets Christians jacked up right here, and Christianity sets you up for the okie doke. Because Nero turned around and made the Sabbath be Sunday. Yahweh ain't gave nobody permission to move the Sabbath. You supposed to keep his holy day unto him holy. And guess what? There's more than just a weekly Sabbath. There's a monthly Sabbath, an annual Sabbath, and every 50th year is a Jubilee Sabbath year. And Christians don't keep none of them. Christians are supposed to keep Passover forever, symbolizing being the nation of Israel being brought out of Egypt. Christians don't do that. So, and he's a very exacting and jealous God. And he said that he visits iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. So Christians set themselves up for the okie doke by agreeing to serve Yahweh as spiritual Israelites or the Israel of God, but not keeping his commandments. But back over to the slavery thing, it says, now these are the rules that you shall set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, and in the seventh he shall go out free for nothing. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall be his slave forever. Who the hell want to turn around and become a slave forever? You was only going to serve for 7 years, but if you mess around and have children, or the master give you a wife, then you got to either choose to walk away from your wife and children or agree to enslave yourself to forever to the master. What kind of fuckery is that? And there's a part of the Mosaic law, I think it was in Leviticus, where it basically says that they weren't supposed to make slaves of Hebrews, but it was okay to make slaves of neighboring peoples. Either way, there's inconsistency in there, because Hebrew males get limitations on their terms of slavery, but the females are just at the whim of whoever has them. Again, what kind of fuckery is that? It's two doves. The Yeshua's father's name is Enki, not Inky like pen. Enki. He was Ea, Lord of the Waters, and Enki was his actual name from Nibiru, and his brother's name was Enlil. He was Lord of the Command and Satan of the Eden, and Enki was Ea of the Apsu. And they're no, they're not. Enki and Yeshua are not brothers. Yeshua referred to his father, but it's very clear he was not referring to Yahweh because he was a Nazarite and an Edomite, and most likely an Essene. So he wasn't, when he's talking about his father, the other primary player in the scripture would have been Yahweh's brother, Enki. I believe Satan, no fear. I believe Satan is Yahweh because that's what Yeshua said. He told the Jews that the Elohim that they were worshiping is the devil. And Yahweh, Jehovah, Enlil, his title from Nibiru, when he first got here, his title was Satan of the Eden. Two doves, Enki, like I said, is Yahweh's brother. He's also our progenitor. He's the one in Genesis where it says, "Let us make man in our image." He's the one who actually fashioned us. Him and Ninmah and Thoth created the Adamu, and he was the father of Adapa and Titi, who are the biblical Adam and Eve. Enlil did not procreate with humans. He did not have the scientific know-how to procreate to do it in the lab. He hated humans. He had nothing to do with that other than to insist that we have a worship gene put in us and that we couldn't see their faces. Forgiven 741. No, I don't believe Christ rose 3 days after his crucifixion. I don't believe he ever died in the crucifixion. I believe he came out of the tomb maybe after 3 days, but again, they took healing herbs into the tomb, not embalming herbs. He was a high yogi. He knew how to slow down his heart rate to the point that he would appear unalive. They knew how to do that. And I firmly believe he did that. And they pulled his body down because it was a Sabbath coming up. They had to get him down off of the tree before sundown because Deuteronomy says that any man hung from a tree is cursed. And if you don't get him down off that tree before sunset, the land is cursed too. So, for real, to keep from being, and again, they normally would have ran him through his midsection with a lance and broken his legs to make sure that it happened quickly. But because he supposedly gave up the ghost before then, they were able to get his body down without that because they thought he was gone. But again, as a high yogi, if he had made himself appear unalive, there wouldn't have been no need to run him through or to break his legs. And they took his body into the tomb, gave him the healing herbs and all of that. And then he came back, healed up because they had hurt him badly, but he came back out of the tomb and then hung around for a while, preaching and teaching and all that, and then headed back through the Silk Road. He is limited. That's one that you said, God. Do you really believe God is a person sitting on the throne and bet souls with Satan? Like in Job or other things, God is not a person. Otherwise, he would be limited. He is limited. He just lie and tell y'all that he ain't, and people just decided to believe it. He is limited. That's why he was exiled by his own people before Adam and Eve ever came into being. That's one of the reasons why in Revelation it says he's going to be destroyed. If he was not a person or a being, he would not be able to be destroyed. But they say he will be. You say I look 35. I appreciate you. I want. That's what I want to do. I want to shoot. I hope I get down to 30 soon. Why is December on the 24th? Because the sun reaches its zenith and is crucified. No, no, they don't. The reason we celebrate the birth of Yeshua supposedly on the 25th or the 24th is because the Saturnalia is on the 21st. And again, Constantine was a sun worshiper. The 21st is the shortest night of the year, and it feels like the sun kind of holds at a standstill or whatever, and then because of the rotation of the sun around the planets, and then it begins its resurrection 3 or 4 days after that, and then they turned around and made that be the quote birth of the sun. But truthfully, the Saturnalia represent, and Constantine would have been celebrating the birth of the unconquered sun in the sky, not the Son of God. But Christians don't know nothing about that neither. Mm-mm-mm. I am Niana. Did you want to know how tall I am? I'm 5'8". Marduk, what do you think the Mesopotamian gods were, Dr. Dynamite? They are extraterrestrials from the planet Nibiru. If you read the ancient text, they'll tell you that. I'm not putting real archaeology in a wood chipper. You got to go all the way back to the beginning to understand who they are. Marduk survived through several pantheons. He showed up in the Mesopotamian pantheon. He's in the Babylonian epic as well. You talk about you to put somebody on mute. You too silly to scroll. You obviously ain't putting nothing on mute. If you sitting here, if you feel like I'm demonic and you don't want nobody speaking in your home and your life, and you too simple minded to scroll to another channel that's playing something that you want to hear, you could be watching pimple popping videos or cat videos or whatever you want to watch, but you're gonna show up in a live stream and talk about you putting on mute. You silly. No fear. You was purely silly. I wouldn't waste my time and bother putting a live stream on mute when my simple ass could just do this and you be gone. And you too, Dr. Dynamite. Do your homework, go read the book. I'm not lying. You just silly and simple minded and ain't read the book. Exactly. Why was Marduk allowed to marry a human if he was an angel? Because he ain't an angel. The word angel simply means messenger. For the same reason that their DNA was compatible with our DNA. That's the reason why in the book it says that they found a hominid that was here, and Thoth determined that the DNA of that hominid was comparable with their DNA, and Ninmah figured out, they called them admixtures, to figure out how of what doing the genetic sequencing that was necessary to get a viable birth. It took them several shards to get it right. It wasn't no instant process. Telling you, read the book, is fascinating. Or go, I read it on my channel. Go look into that. Go look at Astro Legends TV has a wonderful semi-animated version. I think Anunnaki Ancient Mystery has a beautiful synopsis version of the Lost Book of Enki as well. It's not, they don't read the book per se, but they do like a graphic novel type interactive narration. I think the one on Astro Legends TV is more complete, but I read the entire book on this channel. If you want to go into the playlist, and it will explain to you how the humans story came along. But their DNA was compatible with ours. They were not gods or angels. They were extraterrestrials who came here and gave us the story that they were gods, and the upper ranking ones had made a pact that we were never supposed to see their faces. Their messengers, the lower ranking Anunnaki, the El Shaddai, or the other messengers, we were told that they were messengers or angels of the Lord, and we could sometimes see them. You said 2 minutes is about 325 years in some spiritual realms. So 4,000 years is not at all old in other dimensions. Time is not really a thing in other places. Swims, not to mention the fact that on, even like I said, on Nibiru, one of their years was equal to 3,600 of our years. That's part of where that day is to the Lord is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day in the scriptures. That's not a literal meaning, but yeah, one of their years is equal to 3,600 of our years. No fear. Why don't you carry your ass then? If you don't think like what's going on and you think there's confusion here, just leave. That's all you gotta do. And here's the thing: everybody in this live stream aren't gonna agree because half of these people in this live stream are here for the first time and they may or may not understand what I've come to know and understand, but they are gonna they at least interested enough to listen and hear what I got to say. And more importantly, like one of them said, they're taking notes, jotting certain things down so they can go and look it up for themselves. That's all they got to do. You say you didn't know Baal was in the Bible? Yeah, it's Baal is mentioned in the Bible. Kiyun, the sky god, is mentioned in the Bible. Asherah is mentioned in the Bible. Beelzebub is mentioned in the Bible. That's why I say when Yahweh come back talking about he the only God, two of them gods was worshipped in the same temple with you. So we know you know better, Yahweh. No, Enki is not the Archangel Uriel. That's not any indication of that. But okay. Anyway. Enlil, Enki, and En okay, Enlil is Yahweh, two doves. That's another of his names. Enlil and Enki are brothers. It is most likely that Yeshua is the son of Enki or was a prophet or enlightened being or was sent a messenger sent by Enki to help humanity with their awakening and enlightenment to try to he plunked them down in the middle of the Jews to try to wake the Jews up to what they were doing, and they got mad and they unalived him. But yes, Enlil and Enki are brothers. Anu is their father, and Enki was the son of a concubine. Enlil was the son of royalty. Something happened with my stuff. It got script. I was trying to get to the end of this because I'm not even half reading half of this stuff. I didn't go as far as I can. No, two doves for the story of Abraham. Yahweh cursed the Pharaoh because Abraham lied to him. He cursed the Pharaoh because Pharaoh was coveting another man's wife. They were able for a while. They were able to have multiple wives to a degree. I don't know where they were at in history then, but at one point in time, the Israelites were polytheistic as well. James Sarmiento, you are not the serpent of Eden because you're talking foolishness. If you were actually the serpent of Eden, you would understand. Again, who I'd have mentioned the serpent of Eden. You ain't scaring nobody. You just talking foolishness. But okay. And the serpent of Eden is not Yeshua. Stop it. Even in the Bible, in Genesis, it says that the serpent would be bruised in the head by the Son of Man, and that the Son of Man would be bruised in the heel. So even in Genesis, it indicates, James Sarmiento, that the serpent would not be Yeshua. So sorry. Hey, Uncle Cracker. What about light language, Niana? I don't even know how I want to feel about that because again, you get so many people that go down so many rabbit holes, and I'm not saying they ain't sincere, but you can see that there's some mental issues with some of these folks. Everybody that's involved in the New Age movement is not of the same love and light. If it feels good to you, fine. But I've had some light language that made me feel real uncomfortable, so I just had to let it go. I don't mess with a whole lot of light language for that same reason. Hey, Denmark Thompson, and thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the information. You love Juve. Welcome and thank you. Appreciate you. I'm just trying to get through here. Yeah, no fear is talking crazy. I'm just not feeling like bothering with it. I reached on. It's been up here for so long. It really ain't no point in me removing him at this point. I'm just ignoring it. Thank you, Rockley Denix. Appreciate you. And I will. I'm not, like I said, I'm not worried about the ones who aren't here to hear what I've got to say. I'm worried about the ones who are interested in it. So it's cool. Yeah, no fear. If I had seen that information, I got so far behind in my scrolling, my thing did something weird. If I had seen all of the mess that he was spewing, I would have removed him a long time ago. Now at this point, it don't even matter because I'm about to get off of here in a couple minutes. Totally, Liam. I am having a wonderful day. I hope you are as well. El Guapo. Never mind. El Guapo ain't got good sense. The angels are the blue skins and the Aryans, but there is no Anunnaki. What in the world do you think blue skins will be if they aren't? Anunnaki just mean people that came from the sky. Every tradition on this planet, oral and otherwise, talks about the star people or people from the sky. But El Guapo say that it's just a psyop front. Go somewhere and read some books, bro. Greasy goose hat, you have to figure out for yourself what feels good and makes sense for you. Because some folks are still wanting to drink the Yahweh lied, the Christianity Kool-Aid. That's up to them. If that's where you at and that's what feel good to you, I can't tell you what to believe or who to believe. I just tell you what was made known to me and what I saw from doing my homework. So go do your homework and see what you come up with, or stick around and listen to us do our homework over here and see if it aligns with you. Right? If they quick to tell somebody they're gonna burn in hell. I'm like, whatever. Hey Rex Gaming. NDE people don't propagate fear, but rather acceptance, because that's the truth. It ain't thousands and thousands and thousands of NDEs come back saying all the same thing. And you know who the Christians want to listen to? Then one or two weirdos that come back telling a story about going to hell. They will ignore 10,000 positive accounts and listen to the one crackpot that's talking about going to hell because they want to believe in fear instead. Hey Tegan, I'm so sorry if I missed you, my love. I didn't even see you in here. Like I said, I'm just scrolling through now. I don't who to my who is my God? I don't have a God. I turned off my worship gene, the creator of all I recognize, but since he or she has not chosen to interact directly with this planet since they put it here, I don't need to have a God, but thank you. Good Lord. Hey, Apu1623. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing you. Starboard. Now that I've not agreed with a bunch of stuff you said, but I do agree with that. We are talking about this to help people connect the dots. Like you said, you put your notes in, I put my notes in. Maybe we come up with something. Now, some of the stuff that's been said in this live stream, I had to just keep going because it's getting late and I can't argue all of it. But yeah, no. Talking about the old gods fell, they're not gods anymore. Well, they wasn't to start with. That's if they aren't gods now, then they weren't gods before. How do I feel about paganism? Same difference. It come from the same basically demonic root that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism come from. I'm not that into any of that stuff. Turned off my worship gene, so I don't need to swap out Christianity and go over to paganism. I just turned it off. I don't need any of that. El Guapo been in here talking about the Aryans and the Aryans and the Aryans, and we know where that all come from. But it's interesting with a name like El Guapo, he'd probably be one of the first ones that would be ignored by the Aryans. I think that's interesting. uh Voodoo in this day and time has been adulterated. It ain't that Hollywood done twisted it. It really has been adulterated. And it's some folks that do for real spiritual work will not fuck with voodoo or hoodoo or Ifa or any of the rest of them because they have been seriously adulterated. And yes, they have gone dark, very dark. And some of them, again, I acknowledge the Orishas, but the Orishas were not to be worshipped. They are like angels. They are the African correlation or the Latin correlation to angels, helpers. But the way those religions are being applied in this day and time, I wouldn't mess with them at all. They wicked as hell. Anunnaki, you said the devil is Anunnaki, though. All of them are Anunnaki. Anunnaki isn't a bad word. It just simply means those who to earth from the heavens came. That's what the word Anunnaki means. So any being from any star system could potentially be considered Anunnaki. And even the ones from Nibiru that call themselves the Atlanteans, it was a very diverse culture. They allowed beings from other star systems to settle on their planet because they themselves settled on Nibiru when their home planet was destroyed in the galactic wars. So Anunnaki is not a singular race or what have you of being. That's why some of the Anunnaki hybrids were evil, man eating, cannibalistic giants, and some of the Anunnaki hybrids were intelligent humans because all of their DNA was not compatible. He said Guapo watched too much TikTok trends, oversimplifying something super complex. Yeah, Guapo ain't making a whole lot of sense, so I'm just not even going there. But oh Lord, you taking your counsel from the modern Christians, you really gonna be lost. But okay. El Guapo, you gonna come? You gonna? If I see one more racist thing up in this live stream, because you done went from the Aryans to the Black Angels and you stuck on race, so I know you really don't have an enlightened mind. This is so. Racism is a construct of very simple-minded people that wanted to justify slavery. That's all it is. Our races, our skin colors on this planet mean absolutely nothing unless you one of them wicked ass, simple minded, ain't got but two brain cells firing people that's silly enough to think that the differences in the shades of our skin tones mean something. We all came off the same continent with the same base pairs of ancestors. Racism is for dummies, in other words. Hey, Kelvin Baju, welcome and hi. No, Crip Blue, you ain't come trying to come live with me. Hey, Shamanic Healer, welcome. It's a sad shame. Shamanic Healer used to be one of my main trolls, and the trolls that's up in here tonight and got so silly. Shamanic even had mercy and didn't even really get started on me tonight, apparently. I'm reading a scripture that you did a teaching on today. Interesting. All right. I did say if I saw anything else about race from El Guapo, I was silencing them. So I'm sick of it. He didn't talk his way through all the colors in the rainbow. And I'm like, get out of here with that nonsense. Aaron, according to the ancient text, Adam and Eve are far more than an allegory because it was two Adam. The first Adam and Eve was actually Adam and Tiamat. Those were the very first Homo sapiens sapiens that they made, and like I said, it took them several attempts to get there, but they were sterile. And then Thoth basically helped them add a 23rd chromosome by way of an additional infusion of information with or genetic material. That whole rib thing, Thoth took genetic material from Enki out of Enki's rib and inserted it into Adam's rib. Took information, genetic material out of Ninmah, Isis's rib, and inserted it in Eve's rib, and then they became a breeding pair of Homo sapiens. But after some time, quite a few shars had passed, Enki noticed that their lineage was devolving in intelligence, and he went out into the Abzu and saw two females there and actually mated with two females. And Dawn, the females' names were Dawn and Dusk. He mated with those females, and Adapa and Titi were born, and they were known as civilized man. That is the biblical Adam and Eve. And according to the anthropologists, that happened somewhere around 11,000 years ago. You say you heard they're trapped under a pyramid in Giza. They're not trapped under a pyramid in Giza. Um, Adam is not a troll. There, the reason you heard that is in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Thoth indicates that the gateway to Amenti, the halls of Amenti, are under the pyramid in Giza. That's why people think they're trapped there. But if you read the Emerald Tablets, they're not trapped. The nearest I could think of, there's a scene I think in Blade. I don't. It maybe it was in Blade 3. Maybe it was 2, where they go down and there's this huge circular area where all of the old vampires are like in the walls, and when the blood comes in, they all kind of awaken and the council comes alive. They describe something similar to that in the Emerald Tablets, but it mentions 32 that have chosen to stay here on Earth rather than go back to Nibiru. They stay here to basically help see to humanity's ascension. Um, and that from time to time they interact telepathically with humans. It does say that when they're in their aguanti or their stasis state, that they can incarnate in human bodies to a degree. Um, but there also in the Lost Book indicates that there is an area on planet Earth that is off limit to humans where the Anunnaki remain because they didn't go back, so they're not trapped. If they doubt, I mean, if the gateway to the halls of Amenti genuinely are there, believe you, I mean, there's a network of passageways, portals, what all kinds of stuff underneath the earth that the ascended masters has put here. They're not trapped. If you don't like what's happening here, SNK Wolf, leave. That's all you got to do. Moises Fagundes, both. Both were incredible musical geniuses, so ain't no one or the other. That's too hard of a choice. The fact that you feel no fear, the fact that you say all of that stuff and then turn around and tell people they going to hell lets me know that you still stuck on stupid too. You drinking the Christian Kool-Aid, so I ain't worried about what you got to say, bro. That part. Hey, Gerline. Sorry, I'm just not seeing you. You said they must be like a million years old. Swims. They do live to be 3, 4, 500,000 years. I don't know if they live to be a million years old, but they live at least 4 or 500,000 years according to them. Now you can go. You pray to Father. You pray to your Father. Stay, leave us out your mess. Bye bye. No fear. Abdul Bari Awad. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I used to be Christian and then I got over it. Why did Anu have a concubine? Because again, we are trying to subject them to the limiting moralities that we've placed on each other, and religion is placed on us two doves. Their morality was not like our morality. Ninma was the sister of Enki and Enlil, and she had children for both of them. She had a son for Enlil and two daughters for Enki. That's why Anu had concubines, because they got down like that. Hey, Zero Wood. Good Lord. I can't answer all of these questions, and half of this stuff was trolling people, so I'm like, whatever. Good gracious, I missed a whole lot. Y'all be active today. Thank you, Merv Vilmas. Appreciate you. Mike Lopez, hey, welcome. I'm not a Filipino or trans, so I don't know what you're talking about, but that's your business. Hey, Sneha J, welcome. Or Sinha, welcome. Sinha, shouting you out. And Ultimate Warrior came back, got timed out, and then brought his simple tail back to ask me again if I'm Jay Z in a mystical woman suit. No. Hey, Kalina Emery's welcome. Woo woo! I finally at the end of that, and it's 11:55. That's a perfect place for me to put an end to it because I can't answer all of the troll stuff. But yep, just as a reminder, we will be back here on Tuesday night. I don't know what we're gonna get into, but for those that are wanting to come and learn some stuff, go ahead. I am uploading the part 11 in the book of Enoch. I'll be finishing up with a part 12 either tonight or tomorrow. But Tuesday night I'll be back here for spiritual discussions. I'll probably be on TikTok for tarot earlier in the week, and there will be. Do have your notifications set on on Anunnaki Oracle Priestess if you're interested in tarot. Yep. Had a wonderful time. Good night to all of you. Peace and blessings to you. I love you, even the trolls, especially the trolls, because I'm gonna love you when you can't love yourself. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. Yeshua is not God shamanic, but go ahead on with yourself. Have a good one, y'all. Peace and blessings to you. Namaste.